We are live.
Are we live?
We are live.
Did we do it?
We did it with the least amount of technical difficulties possible. Introducing technical difficulties for the rest of the evening.
For today.
Also, if I was smart, I would go and make sure I route all the Wi-Fi in the house
to here.
To here, and so that
just take it from the children.
when the kids are trying to play Fortnite,
play video games. Yeah, no, sorry, we're live streaming.
They're lagging.
Nothing for you. Nothing for you.
Sorry, guys. Anyways, so this
happy
channel.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Yes, happy Friday.
Welcome
unless you're in Australia. Happy Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So our channel is about we were former Christians and we're interested why Christians still believe in their faith, because we stopped believing and have a hard time understanding why people still believe. And we were Christians for a long time, so it's not like we just woke up one morning and we're like,
fuck this.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to use the F word as a Christian, but now that we're atheists, we can.
Yeah, we can say whatever we want.
Yeah, we can say whatever we want now. And the worst that's going to happen is we burn in hell forever. So what we're interested in is not
sorry, we're already there.
Yeah. So we're interested in not burning in hell forever. So we would be interested if folks would either chat in or call in and discuss with us why, for example, we are wrong and why we should turn back to the Christian faith after having left.
Or maybe a different faith. Maybe Christianity isn't the thing. Maybe it's Mennonites.
It's technically still Christian, I think.
Well, it's different though.
It's hardcore.
I think that they would put a crowbar separation in there.
Oh, true. The Mennonites would say that they are true Christians and that all other Christians. Did I tell you I went
to a Mennonite summer camp one time?
Well, I want to know now. I don't know this story.
All I remember is that I got covered in mosquito bites and the food was horrible.
So, wait, I thought that the Mennonites...
Chip, welcome in.
Hey, welcome in. I thought that the Mennonite communities were known for exceptional food. I didn't know.
At the summer camp, I'm not sure that they were making all of the we baked this with love. Here's our honey and our butter. Yeah, I think it was more like school food. But
that makes sense. They're not giving the kids the honey and the
butter. It was very strange. It was very strange.
So what was the strange part?
Well, okay, this has been almost 30 years ago.
Okay, so about the time that Paul wrote after Jesus died.
How well can I remember? The Bible studies.
I want you to quote verbatim, by the way.
The Bible studies were weird.
Okay, well, how are they weird? And we're talking for those that just joined. We just got a subscriber jump. For those that just joined, my lovely wife here attended a Mennonite summer
just
camp.
one summer with a very good friend of mine whom I just saw this week.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Although I don't believe that she is still in that faith.
Right, you guys both left. But tell me about the strange things of the camp. And by the way, any Christians that hear, the purpose of this is to understand why you still believe. And we have a
just believe, dude.
Just believe, dude. The amount of times I've bought in a car when a person said, "Trust me, bro." God, that's why I've got a 12-car garage. They just said, "Trust me, bro."
We do not have a 12-car garage. No. Shut
up. We barely have one running car. We've got two kind of running cars.
We have two cars.
Okay, they're fine. Anyways, but go ahead. The strange thing of the camp.
I don't remember enough of it. I just remember that it was very strange and there was a lot of Veggie Tales.
Oh, yeah. They'll get you with the Veggie Tales.
Silly Songs with Larry is still a classic.
So Christians, do you believe in your faith? And I'm going to be cheeky. This will get more sophisticated, I promise. But I distinctly remember watching a lot of Veggie Tales growing up as a Christian, and I remember an instance where we weren't supposed to love our moms or our dads, just the bunny. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
The bunny.
You know it because I sing it still to this day. It's about, I think it's the Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So anyways, addressing the chat and getting off of the Veggie Tales, I do want to hear. I do
I'm
want
gonna
to
start
hear.
singing about
I
hairbrushes.
do want to hear more about this
It
Mennonite
doesn't
community
leave
thing.
your head. I don't have any more details. Stop
Oh,
hunkering
we've
down.
got a guest in the chat. So
We have
we're
Bob.
gonna bring Bob, who's very interested in all of your Mennonite camp stories.
Okay. I don't have
I know it's
stories.
cool.
It's
We're
been
dropping
30
that one.
years.
Okay. Bob, we're gonna bring you up here. Bob, are you over 18?
I am.
And can you? Oh, and obviously you can hear us. Okay, awesome. And are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian Orthodox.
Okay.
What can you define
Eastern Orthodox?
Christian Orthodox? Yeah.
Yeah, Eastern Orthodox.
Okay.
So what, just for my sake and for the viewers, like what's the difference between Eastern Orthodox versus like other Christian sects or orthodoxies?
I mean, that would be a it'd be a long conversation, but I would say it's closer to Catholicism with some
That's kind of the
finer
impression I
points thrown
got.
in.
Like what thrown in? Sorry, I talked over you. I didn't mean to.
Oh, no worries. No, I was just saying that it's closer to Catholicism with a few finer points. There was a schism between
Gotcha.
the Catholic Church, and that's where the Orthodox Church came from.
Okay, and also chat, if you can help us out, if the guest is either too loud or too
I
quiet,
think
let
you
us
could go
know.
up one notch.
Yeah, I think
and don't worry, we can turn you up.
We can turn you up from
Yeah.
here, Bob. And first of all, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think I've seen like a recent kind of surge in the Eastern Orthodox movement.
Even just since we started doing this, I've seen more people.
Unless for some reason our channel is like coded for this, because I was quasi familiar with it, and then even just now when I had to ask like Eastern Orthodox explain, but then it's starting to jog my memory because we've had some other callers. It seems like your version of Christianity involves like many more books than of the Bible than like say like Roman Catholicism, for example.
Yeah, no, we have the same amount of books as the Catholics, which is more than,
Like
say, the
Apocrypha?
traditional Christian. What was that?
The Apocrypha?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
have you, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No.
Were you raised this way? Have you always been a believer? Is all of this recent? Like, can you give us a little bit of a context?
No, I was raised as an atheist. Neither one of my parents went to church.
Okay.
I became Orthodox really through philosophy. So I know that your prompt is, Christians, why do you still believe? And so for me,
why do you believe now? That's fair.
Yeah, there's multiple, I guess, arguments I could make, but maybe I would start with the moral argument. So I'd probably put it in deductive form, and it would be something like this. So if the first two premises are true, the third follows logically. But premise number one would be, if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do not exist. Premise number two would be, objective moral values and duties do exist. And then the conclusion would be, therefore God exists. So essentially it's just saying that if you believe that things are objectively moral or not moral, that objectivity has to be grounded in God. Essentially, it can't be grounded somewhere else. So to attack that first premise, as an atheist, you'd have to say, well, no, there is objective moral values and duties, and they're grounded here, if that makes sense.
I would disagree. I don't think there are objective morals at all.
Right. So you're more of a subjectivist.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
so
I
it kind of
think
puts
that
you
even your
in a
morals are
tough spot, I
subject to your
think.
God.
What's that?
Or your Eastern Orthodox.
I would say that
leader.
even your morals are actually subject to what you believe that your God is telling you is moral.
I mean, I guess you could make that argument that they're subject to God. I would make a distinction between subjectivity of the human mind and then grounding those. Because I mean, for me, like grounding just reason and logic are grounded in God. So for us even to have this conversation, God would have to exist. I know you probably wouldn't agree with that.
Yeah, no, that seems silly. Why would reason and logic have to be grounded in a God?
Well, because you have to have justification for reason and logic in order to even use them.
What if it's
But
like
first of all, even if I agreed with that point, why would the justification have to be God?
Well, it wouldn't have to be God, but you'd have to have some sort of justification for it. And I don't know how it could be anything but God.
What if it's like because like, so let's say for example, you have a bunch of like cats. I'm picking the most random animal because they're not usually they're an interesting social species, right? They're kind of chaotic, but they can kind of get along a little bit. But they're not like chimps or apes where they like actually have like a real collective like community. But like they reason, right? So they like if you've ever seen a cat, they use logic and reason with the things that they do. Now it might be silly, just like sometimes our logic and reason is silly, but it's still logic and reason. How do they justify their logic and reason? Do they have a cat god, or is it our god, and that's why the cats have logic and reason, or is it evolutionary?
Yeah, I guess I would dispute that cats have logic and reason. I think cats are programmed biologically, for
There's going to be a lot
example.
of hate in the chat for anybody who
Yeah,
likes cats.
I'm sure
I'm
there
going to
will be.
don't read the chat. Just proceed with your argument, but don't read the chat.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there might be some rudimentary logic and reasoning that's geared at survival, maybe with cats. Maybe we could make that argument. But if we're saying that, for example, cats understand the laws of logic, these are immaterial laws which allow for you to actually, use logic and reason. I don't think that that's in the realm of cats, I guess is the argument I would make.
Interesting. Do you have something to add? Otherwise, I'd take it a
No,
little
go
bit,
for it.
a different, interesting. So you're saying that the only way possible, and for everyone like viewing now and in the future, the only way possible that we can reason and logic is because there's an all-powerful sentient mind. Now, is this mind, does it have certain attributes? Like, is it all-knowing? Is it all-present? Is it like, or is it like one of those like arbitrary minds, like, hey, I made everything and now I'm disinterested? Or is it like actively involved and like very present everywhere with people? Like, what's your definition of God, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would probably take just the Christian definition of it. So all-knowing or
Oh, the
omniscient.
omnis.
Yep. Possessing total exhaustive knowledge of everything, all actual possibilities, past, present, future, things of that nature. But I guess what I'm saying when it comes to logic and reason is I don't actually think that reason and logic can exist unless it's grounded in God, because it relies on the immaterial laws that are the laws of logic, right? That's what allows logic to function. So, I think I'm sure you're aware of this already, the law of non-contradiction. So like all minds understand that it can't be raining and not raining at the same time. If we didn't understand that law of logic, we wouldn't actually be able to do logic, right? So these are immaterial laws
So
that
do these laws
exist.
apply to God?
Well, I would say logic and reason, that is God. That's where it comes from. But yes, it would also apply to God. Like, I don't think
So
that
can he
God
be
can
moral
be
and not
illogical.
moral at the same time?
No, I don't think you can be.
So everything he's ever said and commanded is moral.
Yeah, I think so.
So if we pulled up a passage right now that we felt was not moral, would you be willing to read that with us?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I would basically say that I don't think that you have objective morality in your worldview, but we can go over the passage for
Well,
sure.
we've already accepted that. We don't have objective morality.
Yeah,
We don't think that
I've been
exists.
down this path in this a discussion before where we do jump to I'd like to create a bridge between that, actually. Like, I
That's
agree
fine.
with where you're going.
I'm just saying, if his argument is that morals are objective because God, and then we can look at the book and see these things that God did and commanded, and in my mind, there's no way these are moral or good, that just automatically to me makes it all fall apart.
But then
if
he
there's
just
another
says it's
thing,
good because it was in
because
the
it was God.
time and it's objective, and then he would say, and then we get into the Larry Spaghetti argument where he
Oh,
basically
we're not
says,
getting into a Larry Spaghetti argument.
okay, let's go down that path, and then I'm with you on that.
Well, let's pull one up, and then how about after we read it, you give us what you think might bridge the conversation.
Fair. Super fair.
Let's do.
There's so many.
I like the Deuteronomy, the bloody sheet.
Oh, bloody sheet. Deuteronomy, is it 24?
I think it's 22.
Deuteronomy 22. Let me pull up Deuteronomy 22. We'll share it on the screen here. Oh, yeah. I think you're right, actually. I think that's in the science stuff here, but yeah, Deuteronomy 22. Yep, here we go. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I'll let you take this one here. Whoops. All right, sharing screen. Whoops. By the way, again, thank you for this. This is good. This is why we do this, because this to us is like super interesting.
Yeah, no, it's good to converse with people and
Well,
test their worldview,
just
right?
like if the questions are hard, that doesn't mean you shouldn't ask them, and that doesn't mean we can't disagree.
Exactly. Okay, here we go. Let's try to make this bigger. Whoops. Okay. So this is
that fits well.
Deuteronomy.
Okay. So I actually have never read one of these, and you bring it up.
I can read it, actually.
Well, I was just asking if I could.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So this verse: suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. And we all know what that evidence is, right? There's supposed to be blood from the marital coitus on a sheet. So they're bringing this to say yes or no, she is a virgin. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, this charge is true, that evidence of her virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst.
Yeah, I would say I actually agree with that. So you got to understand the context of what was going on at the time, right? They didn't have paternity tests like they do now, right? So when you had a wife, the way you basically...
Paternity test has nothing to do with virginity, by the way.
Well, I mean, back then, though,
that's a different
right?
conversation. Virginity and paternity are different.
Right, but
so that's not relevant.
What I'm trying to get to, though, is back then, the way that you would verify paternity with another woman...
We're not talking about paternity. Don't change the subject.
Well,
We're talking about virginity.
It in the context, though, right? So back then, they didn't have paternity tests. So a woman being a virgin was actually a really big deal back then, right? It basically said
But the point of this is that this test is ineffective.
How so?
Because only like 40% of women bleed the first time they have sex.
It's like 42%.
They only believe what?
Only like 40% of women bleed the first time they have sex.
42% of women bleed the first time they have sex.
So like 60% of women would have been stoned for something that they didn't do.
Yeah, I mean, again...
I have a problem with that, especially if the God created these women and should know how their bodies
work. It could be that your God isn't all-knowing and didn't know that scientific fact.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I didn't bleed the first time I had sex. Put it in the chat, girls.
Yeah, I mean, again, the thing I guess it's hard for me to kind of bridge the gap with you guys, though, is I understand that you have a problem with the verse itself, right? Like a logical...
It's a law. It's not just a verse.
Okay,
it's
but
a law
we were talking about morals. And this God is okay with a woman being stoned to death for a test that is completely scientifically inaccurate.
And the God's
there
okay.
Are no morals here. And even if she wasn't a virgin, why kill her? Why not just tell her she can't be marriageable?
And
like all of this is just so... Sorry, go ahead. I'm done.
And the fact that the dude gets fined.
Thank you, Space Rocket. We're getting a lot of I did not bleed in the chat.
The dude gets fined and the girl gets killed.
Yeah, it's completely like...
I get it. God's a man, so he's like all about like, screw the women type of thing. Is that the moral part that you're talking about? Your objective morality of God? I'm just confused. That's the part I have.
Well, I mean, if I took it from your worldview, right, and let's just say that morality is subjective, because I think that's kind of where you're at.
Let's actually continue down your worldview. How is that correct? in your
Well,
worldview,
I'm a
how is
divine
it correct
command
that the
theorist,
dude gets
right?
fined
Well,
$500?
let's do yours and then let's do ours.
Yeah, we'd
That's
love
fine.
for you to tell us that there's no way for
and
us.
sorry, we get
premise
a little
A, B,
animated,
C,
but
B.
we're happy about the conversation, and I do want to give you a chance.
But
turn
I'd
it
love
back
to
over.
hear your perspective on how this is correct in your worldview, and then you can completely destroy our worldview.
Yeah, I guess from my worldview, I'm a divine command theorist, right? So I believe that if God commands something, that then makes it just and or true. In this specific case, this is old Mosaic law, right? Which I'm sure that you're aware with of this argument, but we don't stone women to death today, or basically carry out these acts. So, as a Christian, right, all of this has been wiped out. But
No, it
again,
hasn't.
in context, back in the day, this is the way that they ensured paternity. They didn't have paternity tests
First
back
of all,
then.
it's still not paternity, it's virginity. And secondly, Jesus said that the law shall last forever. Not a jot or a tittle of this law shall ever be changed.
I think it's Matthew 24. We can.
Yeah,
pull
well, I
it
think
up.
he was referring to the Ten Commandments,
He
but
was referring to
No.
all of the laws.
He was
Okay.
arguing with the Pharisees
I
about
disagree
the
with that.
oral law versus the law of Moses.
Show me where in the New Testament it says I'm only talking about the 10 Commandments.
Well, I
I'll
mean,
pull
there's
up
a
the
lot of
verse real
things in the
quick.
Bible
Hold
that's
on.
not explicitly stated, right? A lot
Well,
of
then
people
how
would
can
say
your
that Jesus
argument
never claimed to be
hold?
God because he doesn't explicitly state, I am God.
I got you, Bob. I got you. I'll pull it up for you here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go to Matthew 5:17 through 19. Whoops, damn. At work, I use a Mac, and at
You
home,
can't go back and
I
forth
use
between two different
a PC,
systems.
and so
The fingers can't.
I'm trying to use Bible Gateway. Oh, and now I just hold on. I promise I can do that. Okay, it's Matthew 5:17. I thought it was.
And while you're looking at that, though, so again, from a subjectivity side, I could say the Bible, everything in the Bible is just. I could say that from my own subjective interpretation. And from your subjective interpretation, you would say, well, no, like I look at the Bible and everything that I see in the Bible is unjust. The problem with that is,
everything,
though,
but if I find at least some unjust,
well,
like
let's
how much,
just say
what percentage?
let's say we agree on 90% of the Bible, and then you cherry pick the 10% you don't agree with, right?
What if it's the opposite?
Okay, let's say we disagree with 90%, we agree with 10, whatever that number is. If my subjective interpretation of it is, I agree with it, I think it's just, and you have that opposite reaction to it, there's nothing that says that I'm incorrect and you're correct, right? Like, what makes your opinion more valid than mine in a subjective worldview?
Because in the subjective worldview, it's subject to what I know as a human. And what I know as a human is that I wouldn't want to stone a woman to death because she might or might not be a virgin.
Right, but that's just a preference.
Period.
Yeah, that's a preference. It's a personal
and my
preference
is what would do the least harm.
Right, and again, that's a preference, right? Because
but
I could say
God's preference is stone them.
Yeah, but I could say, like, if I got enough men together and I said, hey, we're going to start instituting this law again, right? Where we're going to round up women, and if they bleed or this or that, we can stone them to death. What I'm saying is what makes us wrong?
I can
We're
say
okay
that
with
that's wrong
harm.
because I don't think that you should stone women, and I don't think you should stone men either.
No, I get that's what you're saying, but what actually makes it wrong other than just your personal preference?
You have to base it on how you learn about the world around you and what does the most good to the people. Like, it's even like a village hive mentality, like what will help make my tribe survive, right? Like, it can even be purely selfish, like what will get us past X disaster or X situation. You can't only think about yourself, and you can observe the things around you, and you can say, hey, that guy got stoned and that was bad. I don't want to be stoned. And you can kind of apply that to other situations because you have logical thinking. I don't need a God to tell me that we shouldn't stone people.
Yeah, but I think the problem with saying something like, we're doing it for the collective or the human flourishing is you get into issues with, homosexuality. That doesn't actually do anything for human flourishing. So if I said I just wanted to...
But it also isn't really in the Bible, so that's kind of a moot point.
It is in the Bible.
I mean,
it is in the Bible, yeah. But I could justify like the killing of homosexuals, right, through human flourishing if I wanted to, and I could justify it that way. So I think that's the issue when you get into like the subjective no harm principle or human flourishing is what it always amounts to.
If you killed them, you would still be doing harm.
Yeah, but like there's people that just don't care to do harm, right? Like I might say, I'm willing to harm.
I'm going to turn this over because I've been taking over not to interrupt you, but I'm going to let him, I'm going to stop interjecting. have been
but I
hogging the
could say
microphone.
something like, I want a United States where only men vote, and I'm willing to subjugate women in order to get that. If the collective agrees with me and I put that into place, it seems to me like I've done nothing wrong in a subjective worldview.
And that was
Because that's
actually how our country, I don't know
right.
that you're in the United States, but that is how our country functioned for a very long time until enough people said we actually disagree with this. And then
But that's kind of the subjective worldview, right? It's just like whatever the collective decides, because there is no ultimate truth in that view. So if the collective decides tomorrow, like, hey, we're going to subjugate women and only men can vote, they've really done nothing wrong in that worldview. You might not like it, you might disagree with it, but you have no objective standard by which to say, well, that's actually wrong. And that's where I say that objective morality is it's centered in God, as is logic and reason.
But you still have to prove that it exists and show me where it is.
Well, I mean, I could ask you this question, right? So, like, do you believe that rape is wrong regardless of human opinion?
Absolutely.
Then is morality objective then?
No,
It seems
because
like you're
I
on my
believe
team
that there
there.
are people out there who commit rape and they probably don't think it's wrong. That means I
Sure,
disagree with
I
them.
agree with that. But are those people wrong? Even though they
Yes.
believe, are they wrong objectively, regardless of the
No,
fact
they're
that they
wrong
think they're doing?
subjectively.
Okay, so if they're wrong subjectively, then we're back into kind of the reasoning we were in earlier. So the rapist who commits rape, they think that it's right. You think it's wrong. Why is your opinion more valid than theirs if there's no objectivity in morality? And see, that's the issue that like a
Chad's telling
secular
me to shut
worldview
up,
has.
so take it over.
So what she was saying was entirely correct. Like, when I was in your shoes, Bob, I used to be in your shoes.
Oh, you got
And
to
I
come
thought
back to the dark side
exactly,
then, man.
and I
We want you
used
back.
to be I used to think exactly like you thought. In fact,
What made you change your mind?
I will get to that.
Okay.
I will happily share that. I thought that if I left the faith and I left my objective morality worldview, that I would become an actual serial killer. And the reason I thought that is because I believed that mankind, not humans, mankind was inherently evil. And that at the core of every person, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And if given to their own whims, they would commit atrocities and just be horrible people. And I believe that the only thing holding me at a razor's edge from being a terrible person, because at the time, every single time I was going to tell a lie or tell the truth, the thing that was pulling me to tell the truth was the Holy Spirit and my belief that if I continued to lie, I would fall away from the light of God. I would bend towards the light of God in my mind, in my worldview. And what happened was, when I did leave the faith, for a moment, because my worldview had not changed, I still believed that people were inherently evil. I was a bad person. Now, I didn't murder people. Everyone can rest assured I didn't do that. But I was like, well, now I can just do whatever I want. Let's go. Let's just sin. Now everything's off the table. The shackles of this Jesus law code. Because damn, I wrestled between Paul and James, man. I was like, is it works? Is it faith? It's both. That means I still have to do works. I'm still bound by the law. Good thing I'm circumcised. But I didn't have to wrestle with that. But what happened was, as I started to apply logic and reason, I realized, wait a minute, it's not this all-knowing entity that I thought existed. It's actually just the fact that if I were to go punch someone in the face or murder someone, first of all, how does that benefit me? Now, granted, if I had an opportunity to maybe murder someone and get $1 billion, maybe, but at the same time, and I'm a total agnostic atheist at this point, so I don't behold that a higher power is going to smite me down. I'm just no, that's gross. Why would I and there's not like a God telling me to do that, and there's not like an inner like Holy Spirit. It's called freaking herd mentality. Like there's dolphins that have saved other dolphins
There's
when they were
dolphins
sick
that have saved humans.
by bringing them up to the surface so they can get air from their blowholes because they're sick. And it's just like it's called herd mentality. It's an evolution thing. Now, if you don't believe in evolution, which I would understand that you don't. In fact, actually, that's a good question. Do you believe in evolution?
I believe in microevolution, so I believe in small
Okay, so not
changes.
macroevolution. I get it. I would
I
there
just
too.
I haven't
I was a
seen any.
microist, not a macroist. I get it. How
I
old
just
do you
haven't
think
seen
the Earth
any
is?
good evidence for.
How old do you think the Earth is?
I probably would agree with science on that. I'm not a young Earth creationist.
4.5 billion.
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that the universe was 13.7 billion?
I have no issues with that.
Okay, so you're basically like, I'm cool with science, but I believe that God, like 4.5 billion years ago, dropped every animal on the planet in their like, kind, and species, or do you think that they changed microly? I'm very interested in this, actually. I've heard this like objective subjective thing, and trust me, we'll get back to it. And before we go any further, I don't like to ask for something before I give something back. You asked how I changed, like why I changed out of like my worldview that I held for 33 years. I was a Sunday school teacher. I was a worship band leader. I was a worship band mostly participant in. I played drums. I led many men's Bible studies, and I mean, my actual resume on the Christian side has depth. In fact, I didn't have a sick day in Sunday school that I know of. I always got those certificates in Sunday school where you attended every Sunday school class. And I was a Christian until the age of 33. So I was very entrenched. It was actually my entire identity.
Which I find ironic, by the way. 33.
It is ironic, the 33 thing. It is kind of interesting. And it's not like when I was 33, I flipped, right? So like
that's when it like cracked.
That's when my eggshell cracked. And it cracked because for several years, I would have to go back and think about it, actually since college. So from college to 33, I was very heavily involved also in like Christian apologetics, which is why I know all the answers that you're going to give. And so I would argue against the people like me explaining like my current worldview. And what happened was I was reading a Christian apologetic book on geology by two Christian geologists. And they were explaining how the earth is actually young, even though it appears old. And the problem with that logic and with the evidence that they were presenting, very well, actually, it's a very great book. Most Christians probably have read it, and it solidified their faith. No rock pun intended. But
Doug.
Yes. But what happened was I read it and I was just like, wait a minute. This is just like, wait a minute. Wait. So either God did one of two things. He either made the earth so that it seemed old to trick people if they believed, like I did, that the Bible's genealogies are correct. So if you believe that the Old Testament's true and inerrant and God breathed, like 2 Timothy says.
Like you did.
Right? And you actually believe 2 Timothy. So first you got to believe 2 Timothy. If you believe that, then you believe the Old Testament's God breathed. If you believe the Old Testament's God breathed, then you believed that like the genealogies add up to, between 10 to 6,000 years old. Then God did one of two things. He either made the earth seem old, which seems deceptive to me and not like benevolent, all benevolent. And then, or like, it's just not true. And that's when I stopped for a second and I said, okay, what if it's not true? And what if all the things that I've twisted myself into pretzels on, sort of like you're doing with the subjective thing, what if all the things I twisted myself into pretzels on, Paul versus James, Paul versus Jesus, all these things, the freaking resurrection story and how it's full of holes and contradictions. What if it's not true and I didn't have to argue against it? What if I just used logic and reason? What if I just was like, oh no, just like the cats. If there's a ball rolling down and I want to grab it, I'm going to lead it with my left paw because that makes the most logical sense. Then all of a sudden, I was like, holy shit, a weight got lifted off my shoulders. And I was just like, you know what? It is just silly. And then I started looking into other religions and realizing that, they have to do the same thing with their religions. And I'm still open to the concept of like a God. I'm not saying that there might not be a God. I just know for a fact, because all I did was study the text, that the Christian God is absolutely absurd. So your objective subject morality doesn't matter to me because I can apply that to Hinduism. I can apply that to Islam. I can apply that to any other religion that has a monotheistic deity or even a pantheon, because you can say the God made this. Fine. Why the Christian God?
Oh, it's a lot to unpack there. I guess I'll start with your evolutionary question. I mean, for me, science and religion are married together, right? So if God is the source of, logic, and he's the source of reasoning and truth, then there's no reason that science shouldn't add up to God. So I don't know too many Christians that don't believe in science but believe in God. I know that they exist, but I'm not one of those Christians. But on the evolutionary side, I mean, I don't think that Christians are boxed into believing young Earth creationism. There's a lot of varying opinions in the Christian community regarding that. I would just say that, the way that we look at time is not the same way that God looks at time, right? So God is not in time. And I think maybe you would agree with that from what you've been talking about God, right? God can traverse through time, right? So he can be in the past, the present, the future. He's not in time like we are. So I'm not really sure if, the earth being old is really that big of an issue, right? Like, I don't think God really cares about time like we do. Regarding the fossil record, I just haven't seen any transitionary fossils that show that there's new species. As far as I know, that's still true today. I haven't, looked into that in the last couple of years, but the last time I researched that, there was no
By couple, do
transitory
you
fossils.
mean 2, or do you mean 10, or do you mean 50?
I mean any. I don't think there's any transitory fossils, as far as I understand.
I would encourage any viewers in the chat live or future watching to, and hopefully they're younger.
Sure.
Okay, so Bob, are you out of you're over 18, so you're out of high school?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Okay, so your science education is a little bit dated. Are you a biologist or in the science field in any way?
I'm not, but I think that would be an argument from authority, right? Saying that in order to make a
no, I'm not saying that you can't argue that, because trust me, I'm also not in the scientific field. And by the way, I was banned from learning evolution. I never learned evolution in my entire life, other than my own studies like post Christianity, because I was raised, essentially, you can call it homeschooled. I grew up in a country school, which that's
one-room schoolhouse, people.
One-room schoolhouse.
One-room
12
schoolhouse
kids.
for this guy.
And trust me, evolution was not on the agenda. So anyways, yeah, but I will say, but continue. All I'm suggesting, Bob, is that the people watching should do their own research regarding whether or not evolution is true. And there's also a great book called Why Evolution is True.
It's actually so good.
It's so good. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, don't take my word for it. Obviously, go do your own research. But as far as I know, evolution has never actually been witnessed, right? We know that like bacteria and things like that can become resistant to
That's not true,
antibiotics.
because we are able to witness evolution thanks to plants. Because while animals produce on a very slow level, so for example, like rabbits, let's say they're like really fast reproducers, right? They might have like 20 babies a year, let's say. That seems like a lot, but it's going to take a long time to see mutations over time, right? But the cool thing about plants is if you've got like a field of plants, which I interestingly did this with corn growing up. Again, you're identifying the fact that I live in the Midwest of the United States. Is we used to hybridize,
or rather, we were raised in the
raised. We would actually like evolve corn to become different. Now, again, you can argue that's microevolution, right? But over time, as we saw with like the Galapagos Islands and the finches, which is a great example because they're isolated, or the simple fact that the only marsupials on the entire planet are in Australia, except for possums, because they got on the boats that went to the other continents. So why did God make the marsupials only in Australia and not in any of the other continents? And we're talking kangaroos, we're talking koalas, there's a lot of marsupials. Like there's egg-bearing mammals. Well, there's not very many egg-bearing, but you got like the egg-bearing, you got the full, like us, you've got the, what do you call that? Placental mammals, and you've got the marsupial mammals. And the fact that the marsupial mammals evolved in Australia only is kind of interesting. I'm interested in how you're going to twist this one. Go for it.
No, I mean, I don't. I probably don't really have a good answer for that because I don't know much about it, so I'm not going to speak to it. But what I would say is, just to clarify my stance, microevolution, yes, we can look at, like if you've got a herd of sheep, and over the course of hundreds of years, the sheep with the most fur, I'm going to call it fur, even though it's not really that, they will tend to survive, and therefore you end up with sheep that have thicker fur. So that part I agree with you on. What I'm saying that we haven't observed evolution, I'm saying that we haven't observed one species becoming a new species. And as far as I know, that's still accurate. Like we've never experienced, like a cat becoming a tiger or something. I guess even that would still be kind of in the same species, but we haven't experienced a cat becoming something else. So again, I'm not saying that
like
evolution, right? I'm not saying that evolution is not true. I'm just saying I haven't seen any evidence that says that macroevolution, where one species can basically evolve into a different species. We have no evidence of that, either in the fossil record or through observable science.
You brought up a thing that I think that the audience would appreciate. If I can share my screen real quick, and I'm bringing up the entire chapter because I'm a nerd when it comes to making sure we don't take things out of context. Share screen, and it's Genesis 30. This is this is a little bit off topic. I get it, but it's also a little bit on topic, and it's just interesting. So in Genesis 30, so for everyone can see here, whoops, Genesis 30, there's this situation where Jacob is put into where he gets to keep the sheep that are speckled, if I'm remembering correctly, and he doesn't get to keep the sheep that aren't speckled. So it's like this bet kind of thing, or the situation he has with his father-in-law. So blah blah blah, Jacob's getting angry. It's like in the middle of this. Hold on, I'll scroll, but I'm putting this up there so people can read it on their own later. Blah blah blah. Rachel's mad. So if you guys recall, Jacob has two wives. One is Rachel and one is Leah. And by the way, he got tricked into that whole situation. But Rachel's mad because she can't have kids, and Leah's happy because she can. Anyways, it's like coming down here where it says something like, oh yeah. Laban, the father-in-law, Leah and Rachel's dad, is like, okay. Let's start here. When Rachel had born Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, the father-in-law, send me away that I can go to my own home and country. Give me my wives and my children for whom I have served you, and let me go. For you know very well the service I've given to you, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So then Jacob said to him, actually, no, hold on. This is where it starts. But Laban said to him, if you will allow me to say so, I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you. Name your wages and I will give it. So Laban's saying, I'm blessed because of you, Jacob. Name your price and I'll give it to you. And Laban's being a little, Laban's a little bit of a trickster, right? That's why Jacob ended up with the two wives in the first place. But Jacob said, you yourself know how I've served you and how your livestock has done with me. For you had little before I came, and it's increased abundantly. And the Lord has blessed you wherever I turn. Now, when I shall provide my own household, he said, what shall I give to you? Jacob said, you shall not give me anything, blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on. Here it is. Jacob said, you shall not give me anything. If you will do this for me, I will again feed your flock and keep it. Let me pass through all of your flock today, removing from it every speckled and spotted sheep and every black lamb and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and such shall be my wages. So my honesty will be answered for me later. When you come and look at the wages, everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and black among the lambs is found with me. It will be counted stolen. So Laban said, okay, cool. So basically Jacob's like, listen, just give me all the speckled, spotted, black sheep. That's all I want. I just want the speckled, spotted, and black sheep. And Laban's like, okay, let's go. That's a fair trade. But that day, Laban removed the male goats that were striped and spotted. Damn it. You see, Laban knew science, right? Laban removed the speckled and spotted, and every one that had white on it, and every lamb that was black, and put them in charge of his own sons. And then he set a distance of 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob, just to make sure, right, that you can't get these speckled and spotted male, goats and sheep, while Jacob was pasturing the rest in Laban's flock. But then, listen to this. Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and plain and peeled white streaks in them. So he took the sticks and he peeled white streaks in them and exposing the white of the rods. And he set the rods that he had peeled in front of the flocks in the troughs where they drank. That is the watering places where the flocks came to drink. Sorry, I'm expositing where
before you even
the redactor exposited. Anyways, and since they bred when they came to drink, so they bred when they drank the water in front of the speckled sticks, the flocks, oh, damn it. See, I got to stop doing that. The flocks produced young that were striped, speckled, and spotted. And then Jacob separated lambs, set the faces, and then he got a whole bunch of sheep, basically, because of this stick trick, where he made the sheep speckled and spotted because of the old speckled and spotted rod trick. So is this the sort of microevolution that you believe in?
No, I mean, I think it's, I think I would disagree with you said that the sheep that were created from this were due to the stick. I would disagree with that. And I would say that it was God that ultimately creates those, not the stick. It wasn't magic or anything.
Did God do magic?
Well, I don't think God does magic. I think God obviously operates within logic, right? So like God can't do illogical things, but for God to create a new animal, I don't think it's nothing to him.
So Jacob thought, let me make sure I'm understanding correctly, and I want the people watching this to understand this is the way that Christians think. So you believe that Jacob thought that if I mark sticks speckled and I put them in front of the troughs where sheep and goats were to breed, that then their offspring will be speckled. God's like, oh, bet. That's a good trick, buddy. It's not real science, but guess what? Because I want you to prosper, I'm going to make those offspring spotted and speckled. Are you saying that's what happened?
Oh, I'm saying that Jacob wouldn't have the power to do that, so it had to have been God.
Okay, there you have it. I just wanted to know. That always baffled me. I was like, is that real? Can you really make spotted sheep and goats out of sticks that you cut notches in? Or is it God being like, that's cute, guys. I'm going to go ahead and give you this one because it's super cute, but it's not really science. So, okay, we can continue with the evolution concept. I just wanted to make sure we were on like a level field, because sometimes I have a conversation like this and I'm talking to a flat earther and I need to know like where we meet up. You're not a flat earther, correct?
No, I think science and religion coexist, and I think the majority of Christians throughout most of human history have felt that way. That basically, if they looked into science, they would find God.
Galileo wishes you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there were issues.
But there's some others. But hey, I appreciate you having that like idealistic mentality, because I'm also an optimist. But I'm going to sit back and let you continue.
I think the thing that like gets me about kind of your story, and I appreciate you sharing it with me, is it seems to me like you've traded in a biblical issue, right, that you have, for an issue it's a worldview that's incoherent to me. And again, I would bring up because I think it's kind of how we started on why do you still believe? Mm-hmm. If your morality is subjective, I mean, you have to basically admit that there's no ultimate rights or wrongs. So
I can see that we're never going to get past the objective subjective. So let's just address it head on, and let's go into the reason why objective morality through a God with a subjective mind is the true reality, versus the human collective in an evolving society is not objective, even though they also have a collective subjective mind. Go ahead and address that, please.
Yeah, well, it's because you get your logic and reason that you would use to basically determine whether or not something is moral through God.
Why?
Well, because again, that's my worldview. My worldview is that logic and reason, they have to be justified and or grounded in something. Now, you're welcome to, let me know how you ground logic and reason, but for me, it has to be in God because God is logic and reason.
When you say God, do you mean the Christian God?
Yeah, I do mean the Christian God.
Okay, can we address the Christian God? So I'm
Well,
gonna pull
I'd
up
like to
another
maybe at
Bible
least
verse.
hash
let
this
him
out real
finish.
quick.
Oh yeah,
before
yeah,
we-
yeah. Continue.
So how do you, I guess, because and again, I really appreciate you sharing that story, but you kind of traded in one worldview where at least there is an objective morality and there is a coherent worldview in for one that's, again, I don't know, like, I'm sure that you have certain political beliefs. I'm sure that you have certain beliefs on what things are right or wrong, but even you have to understand if those things are subjective, anything that I say counter to those things is equally as valid as what you say. So, like, how do you contend with that? How do you go about life saying, well, this person, they cut me in line? And
Yeah, go ahead.
ultimately, it's not wrong that they
There's a
cut me in
lot of
line.
people that I disagree with, and there's a lot of people that I do agree with. And I think that what I try to do every day, I don't pretend that I know everything. I can know selfishly, like, I don't want someone to stab me. So I'm probably not going to stab the person in line next to me, even if they pissed me off. Because that's bad. Now, there are people who do that. And I can't say that where their mind is coming from. I can't.
Thankfully, that's the minority. That's where the
I
collective
do believe
part
that
comes
is the
from.
minority. I do believe that there is a collective, like,
Yeah, well, that's a
doom.
little bit of recentism too, right? Because we live in a society right now where that stuff isn't the norm. But if you go
That's
back
fair.
1,000
I mean,
years,
if we were cavemen and someone pissed us off, we might club a neighbor who looked at our wife.
But even cavemen, as we've learned from the archaeological record and science, right? Because you do believe that the Earth is longer than 6,000 years old. We see that they lived in communities. So if one person is an asshole, they're going to get kicked out of the community and they're going to do a hell of a lot worse than if they were part of the community. So it's just common freaking sense to like not be a jerk. I know people. I'm a very successful person in business. And I will tell you right now that the jerks, they might rise to the top, especially if they got family money. And if they have enough power and money, they might be able to stay at the top. But I'll tell you, the people that don't have that power and money just starting off to come in, they do not make it. You have to be true to your word. You have to be virtuous. You have to be helping other people. And I'll tell you, the only way that I've gotten to where I am now is because I have been kind to other people in a lot of times when it didn't benefit me. In fact, I'm in the current position I'm in now, and this was as an atheist because I just helped someone. I helped someone for a duration of time, about a year, using my own time resources with no foresight to the possible fact that it would benefit me. Now, it just so happened that an opportunity came up that I could not have foreseen where they were like, hey, you have helped me significantly. I have seen this opportunity. I would like you to come with me on this opportunity. And now I'm highly successful. And the only way that that happened was because I wasn't a jerk. So yes, people can be jerks. It's just survival of the fittest though, right? It's like a natural selection. If you're in a herd and you're a jerk, you are going to get kicked out, starve, and die. And so it's like, it just doesn't make sense. And besides that, I mean, that's probably the evolutionary process where it's like, it just, your worldview and my worldview aren't different. We just look to
we attribute it differently.
Yeah, we attribute it differently. So like we both agree that we both believe that being a jerk is wrong. You believe that being a jerk is wrong because there's an all-powerful like God up here that can't do any, like can't make this glass float if I ask it to like make it float. It doesn't have any inert powers, but somehow you still believe in it because you say, well, because we all believe that wrong is wrong, there must be God. I say no. We believe wrong is wrong because jerks don't succeed and they get weeded out.
That's not entirely true. I mean, some jerks succeed.
Some jerks succeed if you've got the money and you happen to be born in its DNA. And I won't name names of political figures, but anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think because I do think we have a very fundamental disagreement, which I think pushes our worldviews completely apart, right? So when I say something is good or I say something is bad, it's because I believe that there's an objective standard outside of myself by which I'm comparing that to, right? So going back to your argument about like, hey, you're a member of the group, and if you do something wrong, right, you can get kicked out of the group. And even if I granted that and I said, okay, well, yeah, the evolution is geared towards survival, and therefore you want to be, a part of a community and work with a group. It doesn't mean that that's geared at truth. And then the other big issue with that is, what if another group comes and kills all of your males in your group and rapes all your women? Did they actually do anything wrong? Because I mean, they're gearing that survival too, right? They want your stuff. And I think ultimately that's the core issue with your worldview. It's you can't make any sort of coherent this thing good, this thing bad, because you're just stuck in this relativistic worldview that hamstrings you from being able to say anything is good or bad. And that's the part where I'm like, hey, I get that you traded in one worldview for the other, but I think you really went backwards. And I say that with all due respect. I don't mean
Oh
that.
no,
in
I
a
appreciate
demeaning
that,
way.
and I appreciate your opinion 100% actually. And
And I'll let you take this because it's
yeah, and honestly, Bob, like you're this is, I feel like I wish more of this was happening just in the world stage where this conversation was happening, because and honestly, you're arguing your point exceptionally well, and I think that it's something that people need to just really think about. So you're saying that your truth, source of truth, it's a new thing, right? I'm so old, I say source of truth is a new thing. Your source of truth is that there is an all-powerful God that is the Christian God that wrote a book that gave laws to men, and that is the truth. So how much of, and we're not going to go back, we may get there, right? We can talk about the, you've heard this a million times, like the slavery laws, the blah 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 blah. That's we can go there. How much of the Bible do you think is true? Like, do you think that the Old Testament, do you think there was an Exodus? Do you think Jesus really existed? Do you think like there was an Adam and Eve? Do you think there was a snake that talked? Like, or is it all allegorical? Is this metaphorical?
well, that's true. We never asked how much of a biblical
Right?
literacy
Like, are you just like what's your level here on like how
Yeah,
much is true?
I'll preface it and say I'm not a biblical scholar by any means. And I think it depends on the Christian sect you belong to, right? Because I'm not a sola scripturist. So I don't like, if you're basically a Protestant, right, you're believing in sola scriptura, that Bible is the ultimate authority. But the issue with that is, well, it depends on who's interpreting the Bible, right? So you can go to one Protestant church and get one message, and then you can go to another Protestant church and get a different message,
But
right?
do you think that like in Joshua, where it said like the day stood still, like right for like a day for the battle to be accomplished, do you think, okay, the earth didn't really stop, right? It said the sun stood still, but we all know that must mean that the earth stopped. Are you like, that's just silly? The earth didn't really stop, and it didn't really last an extra day. God's just, embellishing in the story? Or is it like people wrote it down and they wanted it to sound fantastical, so they just made it an extra day? Like, what's your thoughts on like that whole like the sun stood still for a day during the Joshua battle? Do you think that it happened, or what do you think happened?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it is God. I guess that, I hate to ask a question to answer a question, but what I would say is,
no, fair.
Allow
what I
me
would
to-
say
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
that God, if God wanted to do that, he could do it. So I guess I would say that is it illogical of me to say that if God wanted to keep the sun up for more than a day, would he be
Dude, if I
unable to
believed in
do
a
that?
God that could do anything besides create a rock that he can't lift, right?
Right. Well, that's kind of like we're operating under the God cannot do something that's illogical, right?
Right. But could God stop the earth so that the sun stood still so they could battle for an extra day and like fix gravity so it didn't actually like cause everything to spin out of control and people to fly into space? If he's all powerful, it's possible.
I don't think it's illogical to say that he could.
So do you think that happened if it's in scripture? Because you said earlier that if God says to do something, so if God were to command you to like do something, it would be something you should do regardless of what it is, because God is objectively moral. Is that
right? Well, I'm a divine command theorist, so that is true.
I don't know what that means. Can you define what divine command theorist means?
Yeah, so basically, we're not into sola scriptura like the Protestants are. So we basically
sola scriptura, man, you're using big words.
Sola scriptura, I believe, means that like everything you believe comes from the Bible.
Well, essentially, it's sola scriptura is that the Bible is the ultimate authority, right? So, and that's what I was getting at earlier with the Protestant churches is you can go to one church and get a message, and you can go to another church and get a different message because it's the people that are interpreting the Bible, right? I can interpret the Bible one way, you can interpret the Bible a different way, and so forth and so on. And now you've got all these different messages. Divine command theory is basically we believe in apostolic succession, and we're saying that the church is the one that's basically delivering the scripture to us, and they're the ones that are defining what the scripture means. So Catholicism is a big one, Eastern Orthodox another, where that basically the divine command theory comes from God, but God has given it to the church. How do you
get your command from God if it's not from the scripture?
Well, God has created the church, right? So the first church, well, we would argue that it's the Orthodox Church, but on this rock, this is what Jesus said to Peter: "On this rock I will build my church," which was the Catholic Church, and then we had the apostles, right, or the first pope, and from there, right, we get basically our interpretation of the Bible and the way that it's supposed to be interpreted.
I'm dying not to go down the hill of when Paul actually is writing his letters, which are he's like writing letters, so they're probably the most.
I say Paul. I think I meant Peter. Sorry.
Oh, you said Peter. You did say Paul.
Oh, did I?
No.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah. It is Peter. It is
Peter the rock.
But what I was saying is, Paul in his letter, I think it's especially in Galatians, when he's talking about going to Jerusalem, it was clearly James that was the leader of the church and the archbishop, not Paul or Peter. But I'm not going to go down that hill. I'm not going to go down. My question is, so how is this different than Islam when they say the same exact thing, only Muhammad is the new tradition, or the Mormon movement where they say Joseph Smith is the new tradition? Mm-hmm. Like we're all just hitching our belt to the next, like, oh, this guy knows what he's doing, this pope. You know what I'm saying?
This like leader,
how do we know
knows what God
who's
is
the
saying,
one
but
that
it's
knows?
Different than all of the other leaders giving a different message in a slightly different way to a slightly different group of people.
Yeah, well, I guess what I would point to, maybe I think it's Joshua 53. I don't know if you can bring that up.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Which is interesting, by the way. This is Josh.
Or maybe it's hold on. I think I'm on the wrong thing. I think it's Isaiah.
Oh God. Okay.
Do you know which passage I'm talking about?
Isaiah, the suffering servant passage in Isaiah 53. No, you're not trying. We're not going into Jesus prophecies right now.
Yeah. So I mean, we can. I don't necessarily know we have to.
But we were talking about something totally different.
Yeah, Josh.
Well, you were asking me how I know that it's the Christian God, I guess, versus the Muslim one.
How do you know? How do you know your prophet or your teacher? Because they don't call them prophets anymore. They call them bishops or priests or popes. And that person's the one. Now, in other traditions, they might call it a prophet, like Muhammad. In other traditions, they might call it, I don't know, what do Mormons call Joseph Smith? Everyone's got their dude who's like,
I think they still call him a prophet.
The Branch Davidians called it David Koresh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, I don't know what you call these people, but they all have their source of truth because they've read the scriptures, to your point, and they are interpreting it their own way. Sort of like in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you had the community at Qumran, and like the Habakkuk Pesher and all the Peshers, which just stands for translation of the prophecies, or just translating it for the people. Nothing's changed in 2,000 years. It just kind of blows my mind that people are still doing this. But why do you think that your Eastern Orthodox priests are the ones that are the right ones? How do we know?
Yeah, well, I guess I would go back because we're talking about Jesus, right? And I think we talked about Muhammad too. So I would say the historicity of the Bible itself. So we know that the Bible talks about different things that were happening at the time. And we've been able to confirm those, right, through archaeology and things like that. So we know that the Bible has historicity.
Absolutely.
We might argue on some of the details of it, right? We know about the
There is
apostles.
some historical details in the Bible.
Yeah.
I can agree with
We
that.
might argue about some of the finer details and whether or not there's some
I'm not
contradictions
saying
or
everyone. I'm not saying we agree on all
Yeah.
of them.
I
but
mean,
yes.
Spider-Man lives in New York, and if they find New York 2,000 years from now, it doesn't mean Spider-Man
Yeah.
lived. But go ahead.
But what I'm saying though is most scholars, even atheistic scholars, believe that Jesus Christ existed, and I think that you would probably admit that he did. I mean,
Yeah,
we've
we're
got
not
Josephus.
mythicists. I believe that Jesus Christ was a human
So
that lived.
we've got the accounts of the apostles, we've got the eyewitness accounts. So really, what it comes down to is whether or not Jesus Christ died and then rose from the grave. Right? That's what we're really
Right.
talking about here.
Agree.
So when you go into the Bible, I guess, is it convincing to you that the apostles, the folks who wrote about this, went willingly to their deaths? From
A
my
lot of people have
perspective,
gone willingly to their deaths. How many people drank the Kool-Aid
yeah,
at
but not too many
Waco?
people have done that for a lie that I can think of. They must have thought it was true.
No.
Yeah, just because they thought it was true doesn't mean that it was true.
All right, slow down, Bob,
Yeah.
because you brought
That
up a
way-
really
Sure.
good point. You brought up
Yeah.
a great point, Bob. How many people have gone to their deaths because of a lie? Now, are you in sales at all?
I am not.
Okay. Okay. A fundamental aspect of sales, or a person with the behavioral traits of a salesperson, can convince themselves of truths that aren't necessarily true, but they can convince themselves of truths in order to sell the truth that they believe now is true. And there's also the simple fact that some people can believe something is true even when it's not. So let's say that when I was a Christian, actually let's take a different approach. Let's say there is a Muslim who believes that jihad is true and that they should strap a bomb to themselves or drive a plane into a tower because they believe that if they do that, they're performing the will of God. What are you talking about?
Like, people die all the
All the
time for
time.
their beliefs.
And that's just a modern
and they
example.
can't all be right.
Let alone like the whole branch division, like multiple cults. You have like David Koresh believing that he was getting direct revelations from God, and all those people at Waco dying at the hand of the FBI as martyrs because they believed that David Koresh was speaking the truth as
And I
their
mixed them up.
Messiah.
What was the one where they all drank the Kool-Aid?
That was Jim Jones.
That was Jim Jones.
Yep,
Thank you.
in South America after they left the United States, and 100 people, unfortunately, probably more like 60 people drank the Kool-Aid. The rest got gunned down. But the 60 people that
Right.
drank the Kool-Aid
A
drank
lot
the
of them did
Kool-Aid
it
because
willingly,
they
and the rest
believed.
of them was like, "Oh, you didn't do it.
And
You
then-
get to die anyway."
And then
surprise.
and then you've got
Love.
the Hale Bop Heaven's Gate cult with Doe and T, where Doe dies, T takes over. They were both the founders. T believed that Doe was actually on a UFO, and the only way for them to rejoin Doe was to shave their heads and commit suicide in their beds when the comet went over the Earth. So this is just like in the last 50 years. I can go way back. I actually got an entire
we
spreadsheet.
don't disagree on this point.
Right. Okay, so
okay,
we
Well,
pounded
I
it
was
out.
just-
People dying for the thing is just ridiculous.
I'm just saying people don't die for lies.
They
right,
do.
they-
That was a lie.
Every single one
Well-
of
Do you
those was
think-
an example of dying for a lie.
To them though,
David-
to them,
To
they
them,
didn't
it
think
was
it was a
true,
lie.
but in
Right, to them it was
reality,
true.
So how is that any different? So let's take David Koresh, okay? David Koresh, who died in Waco, leading his cult, and let's take Doe and T, who died in, that's actually like two separate. I'm just taking two examples, and I've got tons more, so we can spend all night doing this. Let's take Doe and T with the Heaven's Gate cult. They started the cult. So it's not like they were told, like Stephen, the first martyr, who was like, oh, I heard from a guy who heard from a guy that Jesus rose from the dead. And oh, now I'm getting stoned because I talked about it. No, like these are the people that started the cult, like Peter, like James, like John, the ones that were there, that saw Jesus, that touched Jesus, that knew Jesus. Maybe they believed, maybe they had a vision. Now, I actually have a theory about this if you're interested. But these are people, David Koresh, Doe and T, they started their own cult. They believed in it enough. They weren't like, oh, I'm starting a cult and I don't believe in it. They got killed and in one of the three cases committed suicide to get to the afterlife. Like, how is that any different than what you're talking about with this like Peter, James, John concept? or Paul
Yeah, and
for
I
that
think
matter.
so. I think I can throw you a bone here. So belief does not equal truth, right? I
Right.
get that's what you're
100%.
saying.
Yeah,
We're in
Yeah,
agreement
that's part
there.
of it. Yeah.
I was
1000%.
just trying to make a point that they believed it to be true, right? We
Correct.
haven't gotten to the
So
truth part, but
they die because they believe it to be true. That does not make it.
Make it
sure, it
true.
doesn't make it true. But
Right.
the point is that like, again, you're asking a little bit about the difference, and I know you know the Bible, right? Obviously, so
Yeah.
you would know that, for example, I think it was Peter denied Jesus 3 times, right? So up until Jesus dies on the cross, they're denying him at that point. Then they have the experience where they actually see the resurrected Jesus, and then there's a change of heart, and all these apostles they come to basically change exactly. They start preaching it, on the corners of the world. So from my perspective, I'm going based off of the historical knowledge we have, right? I understand for you that's not convincing, but my whole worldview is not predicated solely on the Bible, right? And maybe that's what you're missing, and maybe that's why
Are
you
you
became an
arguing to
atheist.
authority or popularity, or what are you arguing to?
Well, no, I'm just saying that like the Bible is one piece of why I believe in God. There's many philosophical reasons why I believe in God.
But
So
why do you
for
believe in
me,
the Christian God?
And to be fair, and I do want to go down that rabbit hole, but just real quick
Yeah,
to
yeah.
like address why we were having the conversation we were having. It's not that was no longer like I believe in biblical inerrancy. That was I think that I get morals from God. This God is moral, and it's moral because people died for him. And then we gave a whole bunch of examples of other people who did that for the person that they believed in and followed. And it's kind of the same thing over and over and over. Now you can disregard every single one of those holy books and the behaviors are still the same.
yeah, but I think that the issue with like David Koresh or any of those guys, I mean, Jesus conquered the world without firing a shot. And I think that you would even say that the size and breadth of what Jesus did, he wasn't a king,
What
he
Constantine
wasn't a
did,
conqueror.
what Theodosius did.
Yeah, but
Jesus didn't do anything.
but then you also
Theodosius
have
and
to
Constantine did it.
well,
It
you have
wasn't
to take
Jesus.
the
It was Theodosius and Constantine.
do you believe that the words of Jesus were wise? Like, do you agree with a lot of the teachings that Jesus
No,
did?
because
No?
every single one of them was basically a ripoff. Like Leviticus has the golden rule. Buddha and Confucius, hundreds of years before Jesus, said everything he did. He was basically spouting the milieu of the time, only in a culture that wasn't having that context. So read like Socrates, read any like Lucretius or Epictetus. I guess Epictetus came later, but like Buddha and all these people that came before Jesus, he wasn't like the first person to talk about love
Or
and
like love your neighbor.
and more
yeah.
importantly, and getting back to the root of it, Bob, because
Why do you think he had such an effect on the world then if he was just rehashing things that people had already said?
I have a very good reason for this actually. So so at the time, we got to paint the picture for the audience, and I'm sure
Of ERB.
yeah, you're probably aware of this. In fact, I'll just ask you so that I don't just talk the whole time. So, Bob, what was happening in 0 to 100 CE in Palestine, like with the Romans and the Jewish like milieu? And were there other messiahs, or was there like a fever of Messiah and Jewish like revolution in the air? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with what was going on with like Jewish messiahs at the time of Roman, but you can fill me in.
Okay, I do actually encourage you, and Bob, seriously, if you believe that the Christian God is the objective God of the universe, and if this is what you're centering your entire worldview on, you can have this objective subjective argument with as many people as you want, but you've got to get down to the point where it's like, why Jesus? Why Christianity? And you have to understand the milieu that Jesus lived in. So even in the book of Acts, we hear about Simon Magus, okay? There's also like Honi the circle jar. You also have the Theodos. You also have the Egyptian. That's all we know him as, is the Egyptian. In fact, Simon Magus, like I think I mentioned, is in the book of Acts. Like this was, and then you have Judas the Galilean, which at the time overthrew Herod's palace, like when Mary was birthing Jesus. So you're in an interesting culture during this time where Rome has taken over Israel. They're again persecuting the Jewish people, and they're saying, you have to bend the knee to the emperor. Now, what's really funny is I was going to say Caesar, but it's an exceptional contradiction in how we know that Mark wasn't written when it pauses to be written, because they didn't call Caesar Caesar until after Nero. That's how we know it's post 70 CE. But anyways, so this whole like fever was happening there. In fact, Josephus, I would really encourage you, if it's worth it to you, if you think,
or interesting.
no, actually, I screw whether it's interesting or not. And this is why I read it, because Bob, this shit was boring as hell to me. The only reason I know any of this is because of up there and down here. I literally thought that if I wasn't right, I was going to burn in hell. And I thought that I had to know what's true. Is heaven true? Is hell true? And what's the difference? And so I read Josephus. I read the source materials. And Josephus will tell you that there were so many of these messiahs popping up. And I gave you a few. I'll say them again in case anyone, or especially if you want to write it down. Judas the Galilean, Theodos, the Egyptian, Simon Magus. Tony the Circle Drawer wasn't like necessarily like a revolutionary. He was more of like just another miracle worker. But there was a lot of them, and I'm not even pulling up a list, so I'm just going off my head. So there's a lot. In fact, Josephus goes so far as to say in his works, and in fact, I believe the book, this particular book is called On the Antiquities, is that the problem was the book of Daniel. So if you recall from the book of Daniel, which was the second half of it, was probably written during the time of the Maccabees. When, if you recall, the Maccabean Revolution is when Israel took its actual land back for the first time in history. So they were exiled into Babylon, and they didn't have their land for a very, very long time. And then the Hasmonean dynasty, under Maccabees, the hammer, like took it back for like almost 100 years. They had their land back, and there was a time where there was some new literature written during that time in the second part of Daniel. And we know that because the prophecies in Daniel, you can identify distinctly apply to the Greeks. So this is before the Romans took over. It directly applies to the Greeks. But all of that messianic like literature in there inspired people, because they were like, we can have our country back. And so what happened was, when the Romans took over, the Jewish people turned to certain prophetic books, especially Daniel, and that's why Josephus references it in the Antiquities, and says it's because of this book that all of these revolutionaries are popping out of the woodwork, and they're showing up everywhere. Now, interestingly enough, he doesn't actually even reference Jesus as one of those, because there were so many. He does reference Jesus in his writings. That's a whole nother story. But we know that they were just prevalent at that time. So, like, why did Jesus become like the one? Well, because exactly what you said. He died, and you had people that had followed him for at least 3 years. They'd given up, according to, if we believe the Gospels, they gave up their families, they gave up their jobs, they gave up everything, and they followed this guru around. And he died. He got crucified. And they were like, what do we do now? And then all of a sudden, depending on how much you want to believe the text, like if you want to believe like Paul, James probably saw him first. Now, when Paul talks about as the first account of this, right? Because Paul wrote before the Gospels, the first account that Paul wrote was he referring to the eyewitnesses just as he eyewitnessed Jesus, which was a vision. So he doesn't specifically say James saw him in the flesh and touched his holes and did all this stuff. It's like, no, man, he saw him like I did. I fell off my donkey. I hit my head on a rock. I saw a blinding vision. And now I believe in Jesus because I saw this vision. He's like, and also James saw him, and also Peter. And can you just imagine these people? Like, you have led this cult for 3 years, and your leader has died by crucifixion, which isn't uncommon, honestly. All those insurrectionists died by crucifixion. And you're like, well, hell, now what do we do? We can't go back to our frickin' families. We left them. They hate us now, right? In fact, Jesus even said to hate your family, right? And so you're like, what do we do? And then all of a sudden, James is like, dude, I saw him. And they're like, what? I saw him. He came to me. Well, how did he come to you? Domino effect. I mean, dude, this is like 101 humanity. And we're talking about something 2,000 years ago. There was no video of this. And Jesus couldn't even write. Dude, this is like worse than Plato. Like, what? Like, could you imagine God drops a Messiah onto the planet and is like, believe this guy? Oh, by the way, he can't read or write. Technically, according to the text, he could read, but apparently he didn't write anything down. I don't know. That's my take on it. Go from there, but it just seems ridiculous to me, honestly.
Yeah, I guess the issue I have with you is what level of evidence could exist for you to have believed that Jesus is who he said he was? Because, right, like
I've got
that's
tons.
the thing. There's no video cameras,
Yeah.
right? What is like the level of evidence that you would need to believe that it actually happened?
Tons.
It
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Fulfill a single Old Testament prophecy. And I'll let you pick these off because I'm throwing you the bone.
Can we bring up Isaiah 53 then? Now is a good time to bring it up.
Yeah,
Can I give you more ammo, and then I will go to Isaiah 53?
Yeah, well, I was figuring since you talked about fulfilling an Old Testament prophecy, we could bring that one up real quick. Maybe I can make you a convert.
Can you get the cookbook?
Yeah.
Okay. So, so fulfilling a single Old Testament prophecy would be one. Now, if you fulfilled more than one, awesome. Because guess who fulfilled more than one? Damn it! And I forgot in my list of messiahs, Simon Bar Kokhba. He was actually a king figure. Simon Bar Kokhba fulfilled way more prophecies than Jesus from the Old Testament, like literally. And he led a revolution in, I think it was right around 100 CE. Fact check me on that. I think it's 80 to 100 CE. Okay, fulfill prophecy. Another thing would be God reveals something like the Islamic community says about, like the Muslim community says about Islam, that in the Old Testament, he reveals something scientifically that we didn't know before. So it's like, whoa, we didn't know about DNA, and you just talked about it in like Leviticus or Genesis. That's like, boom, that you just blew my mind. Okay, so God reveals something to humans that we didn't know before or couldn't have known. I'm just pulling these out of my head here. Let's do another one, and we will do Isaiah 53. But trust me, that's like a long conversation. What would be another one? Fulfills prophecy, does a scientific thing.
If there was actually, so when we talk about like how to know, like everyone talks about the Gospels and the like witnesses to Jesus's resurrection, and I think the resurrection is the biggest piece. Like I can believe he was a real human, and I can definitely believe he was crucified because people were crucified all the time at that time period. The resurrection is the part that's like woo woo woo, right? And so everyone's like, well, there's so many accounts, there's so many witnesses, but every single gospel is different. We can't prove who wrote any of them. It was nowhere near the time that he lived. Jesus couldn't write. Nothing was written at the time that he supposedly lived. There's just like there's such a disassociation between the time frame.
But that applies to like all of history, though, right? Because like
not all
there's
of history.
Way more evidence.
Like Alexander the Great had people with him writing as he was doing.
But there's less evidence for Alexander the Great than there is for Jesus.
That's not true. That's a big misnomer. Actually, chat and also the people watching this in the future, please fact check that. Yeah, because what he's referencing is the amount of manuscripts about Jesus, and it's just the same manuscripts being reproduced and copied over and over because it's the most popular, but not actually the unique sources and the sources at the time. So Alexander the Great had people writing about him at the time. Jesus had things written about him by Paul 30 years later, and then by the Gospels, 30 years after that. So, and actually I stretched that. It's actually more like 20 years Paul, 40 years after Jesus for the Gospels.
Well,
But
can we get
just fact
into
check that.
a
Just
few of
fact
these
check that.
prophecies? Maybe we can
We
start.
can.
Let's go to 53.
Before we start, you asked me to get the cookbook. This
Oh,
is
thank you.
our cookbook. I just want everyone to see. Every one of these sticky tabs is a problem in the Bible. Color coded.
Color.
Maybe we
So
can
for everyone
start
in the
with
chat that says that we don't read the text and that we don't study it and that we don't actually
And that
pay
we weren't
attention,
real Christians.
that's false.
All right. So
you want to start maybe with like Micah 5:2. I think that one identifies Bethlehem as the birthplace.
we can go to Micah 5:2. Okay.
And then we can go to Isaiah.
Actually, there's a really interesting contradiction about the Micah thing. Hold on here. Micah 5:2. Okay. All right. Micah 5:2. Let's go there. Bible Gateway.
I like that he's like trying to bring it up on the screen, but also it's like his Bible in his hand that he knows, so he's like trying
Right.
to do
I'm
both.
still old
Super
school,
nerdy.
y'all. Well,
No, it's adorable.
I didn't have this technology when I first started studying the Bible, so it's all super cool now, man. Okay, let's see if we can bring this up on the screen. Also, I'm going to need to actually expand this because I freaking
We're not in
hate it.
disagreement, right? That Jesus was born in Bethlehem. No disagreement there.
Well, we might be, actually.
I feel like I just read a book that talked about why that's actually probably not the case, but I don't remember it well enough to speak on it.
Okay, actually, let's do speak on it. So, why was Jesus born in Bethlehem?
I mean, that's where he was born. I don't know. I would say that it's a widely accepted historical fact.
So, the problem that you've just opened up for yourself. Man, I don't like trapping people.
Yeah,
So
no. If
unfortunately, you
there is a
trapped
problem,
yourself. Okay,
Yeah.
dang it, man. Actually, no, let's talk about this. Okay, so people need to know that there's only two birth narratives in the New Testament, right? The four Gospels don't all have the birth narrative. You have the birth narrative in Matthew and you have the birth narrative in Luke. Those are the only two Gospels that have the birth narrative. The problem is that Matthew and Luke were written at the same time, okay? So Mark was written before Matthew and Luke, and we know that because Matthew and Luke copy Jesus's words word for word from Mark. And also, some of the story comes word for word from Mark. So Mark is clearly like a source text, right? And there's other reasons. That's just like, I'm just broad stroking it here. Matthew and Luke were written at the same time, but in two different regions. Now, the problem was this. Jesus was a bastard. And the consensus at the time, as we know from the sources that we have, the extra biblical sources, is that they believed that Jesus was actually the son of a Roman soldier, potentially, that impregnated Mary. Okay. And his name was, I always say Petra, but it's not right. It starts with a P though. Pantera. The soldier's name was Pantera. And this was like rumor mill going around. And they're like, dude, why do you believe in this bastard born of Pantera, the Roman soldier? Like, what the hell? Like, nuh-uh. He was a virgin. Mary was impregnated by God. It was a virgin birth, just like Dionysus. Just like all the other like women that got impregnated by, Zeus and the gods. And so what happened was, after Mark was written that didn't address the virgin birth, Matthew and Luke had to come along and introduce the virgin birth. Now, the problem is that Matthew and Luke, oh man, damn it, man. Okay, we've got to go here now. I can't.
The narratives?
If you drop, I understand, but we have to talk about the virgin birth narrative contradictions because they are so irreconcilably horrible. Okay, so
we're pivoting from the Isaiah 53.
We will get there. Trust me, because that one is that one's just long and boring for people, if I'm being honest. This one's just more like obvious. Isaiah 53 is like, it's just going to be death by 1,000 cuts. Actually, I tell you what, if you go through the Isaiah 53 with me and agree to stay to the virgin birth, I will put a pin in the virgin birth and we'll go to Isaiah 53 first.
But can we start before 53?
Oh, we're definitely, yeah.
Yeah, like 47.
Obviously. Well, are you cool with that? Will you hang with me after Isaiah 53? Okay, good. So first, Micah 5. Okay. You said Micah 5. Okay.
Yeah, Micah 5:2 to be exact.
For anyone interested in the virgin birth thing, look up Quirinius. That's with a Q, Q-U-I, Quirinius census in 6 CE, and then Luke versus Matthew.
Oh, I think I already know where you're going with this one. So this is the discrepancy in the birth of Jesus, that 10-year gap.
Yeah, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. I just didn't want to like leave people hanging if they're like, oh, but I was here to learn about why Jesus did what, Anyways, okay. So Micah 5:2 says, actually, you know what? Was it Micah 5:2? Oh, wait, hold on. I got to click search. I hate taking things out of context. Okay. So Micah 1, we're getting to Micah 5:2. In fact, let's first go down to where it talks about it in Matthew. Bob, this is why I do this. I love this. Thank you. Okay. So Matthew 2, 1 through 6. Here we go. Matthew setting the stage of the Micah prophecy. Is everyone ready? In the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem asking, where is the child who has been born King of the Jews? For we observed his star in the east and have come to pay him homage. When King Herod heard this, he was frightened, and all Jerusalem with him. And calling together all the chief priests and scribes of the people, he inquired of them, where is the Messiah, or Mashiach?
Where the Messiah was to be born.
To be born, yes. They told him, in Bethlehem in Judea, for it has been written by the prophet. And
Why are you talking like that?
I got my Monty Python, voice. And you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, and by no means least among the rulers of Judah. For from you shall come a ruler who is to shepherd my people, Israel. Okay, so this is what Matthew says. So he's referencing Micah 5:2, right? Okay. So let's go to let's go to Micah 5:2. Man, I needed an outlet like this. Okay. Micah 5. Here we go. Now, wait, first of all, let's actually talk about the context here. Hold on. What is the context here? Micah 5. Oh, crap. I already jumped ahead. Damn it. That's all right. Fine. Let's just go. Let's freelance it. We're freelancing it. Now, so this is Micah. Is this okay, so Bob, I'm going to ask you, and if you don't know, I will reference something. Is this the northern tribes getting attacked by Assyria in Micah, or is this the southern tribes of Judah getting attacked by the Babylonians in Micah? When Micah is actually prophesying.
We lost him. He's not on there.
He said he would hang with us.
Well, maybe he got disconnected. I don't think he would have just left when we were going to the verse he wanted to. Let's give him a second. I'm going to take a quick restroom break while we see if he reconnects.
All right. For the viewers still watching, let's try to figure it out, okay? And then Bob, if you are willing to come back, please come back. Okay, here we go. Now you are walled around us with a wall. Siege is laid against us. So clearly, Micah is talking about the Israelite people and getting walled up and having to protect themselves against the oncoming army. With a rod, they strike the ruler of Israel upon the cheek. But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me the one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days. Therefore he shall give them up until time when she who is in labor has brought forth. Then the rest of his kindred shall return to the people of Israel. And he shall stand and feed his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord God, and they shall live secure, for now he shall be great to the ends of the earth, and he shall be the one of peace. Ah, it's the Assyrians. Okay, so this is the northern tribes of Israel. If the Assyrians come into our land and tread upon our soil, we will raise against them 7 shepherds and 8 rulers. They shall rule the land of Assyria with a sword, and the land of Nimrod with the drawn sword. They shall rescue us from the Assyrians
You're Nimrod.
if they come into our land or tread on our border. So this was a prophecy about the northern tribes of Israel when the Assyrians were bearing down on them and going to take them over. Now, what we have here actually, and I was going to save this until later, but what we have here is what's called a typological prophecy. So, for example, if you, for example, let me pick one. Let me just pick something up here, right here. This is just a random verse. Your hand shall be lifted up over your adversaries, and all of your enemies shall be cut off. This is how the New Testament authors applied typological prophecy. And think of it this way. They were writing the story. So if the New Testament author was writing the story and narrative of Jesus and was like, oh, well, he's going to be lifted up over his adversaries and all the enemies cut off. Now, unfortunately, that wasn't the case with Jesus. So if you're reading Micah, stop here. Stop at Micah 5:2. Don't continue down to verse 9, because now, unfortunately, Jesus's enemies weren't cut off, especially because then it says, on that day, I will cut off your horses from among you, and I will destroy your chariots, and I will cut off the cities of your land. I will destroy all of your strongholds, cut off your sorceries from your hand, and will have no more soothsayers. And I will cut off your images and your pillars and your bow down to no one, blah, 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 blah. You get what I'm saying? I like how Christians always say cherry picking when they talk about other denominations, like, well, that denomination believes in this because they're cherry picking. Well, the authors of the New Testament not only had the ability to write whatever they wanted in terms of the narrative, but they could also cherry pick things from the Old Testament. So clearly, Jesus didn't uproot their sacred poles from among them and destroy their towns, and in anger and wrath execute vengeance. Now, you could say on the second coming, maybe he fulfills that. That's the apologetic. I get it. But what I'm getting at is they take these little things and they apply them to a prophecy. Now, I have an app. I've created an app. It is called...
Do you want me to share it?
You can share it now for the viewers. If anyone's viewing, this is the first reveal. The app is find your own Old Testament prophecies. So based on a series of questions, you yourself can find out what prophecies, like Jesus, you fulfill in the Old Testament. Yeah, go ahead and take over the talk. Oh, actually, I can do it. I got you. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it. I was in the wrong window.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I realized I could do it on my end, too. That was my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You totally can.
I was trying to, reach over you. Dude, I can't believe he dropped.
Yeah, I don't know if he dropped or maybe, his phone died. He seemed to have been invested.
Nah, I think he knew he was going to get cooked. Once he knew that, once it was dude, you went into the birth narrative thing, and then you were going to bring up Micah, and then we were going to go into Isaiah 53. I was like, dude. I was like, he just kept giving us ammo that was going to be not a good ending for him.
Anyway, we did enjoy our long talk with Bob.
It wasn't good.
Bob,
I'm bummed that we didn't get to have the finished conversation.
I would love to go down other rabbit holes with Bob. I would very much welcome Bob back. Please come back if you're still watching this, or if you rewatch this later. We would love to talk again. And Sabretooth said his phone died. Honestly, that's kind of what I thought.
Okay, that's fair.
Invested.
Okay,
we seem to be having a good conversation.
Okay. So. Actually, I'll give him that.
Is
anyone in the chat interested in this Find Your Own Prophecies app? If you are, I will share it in the chat, but I don't want to
It's an interesting app where you can take a quiz and figure out which prophecies you yourself could have fulfilled.
Yeah, it's a survey. Quick survey.
And
Yeah.
Created by my very husband.
There's no ads. I don't know how to do that.
Also, everyone in the chat thinks that like I'm in charge and I'm really mean to you and you're really sad. Manny is interested in your prophecies.
All I needed was one person. Manny, because of you. Oh crap! Except for hold on, I gotta exit.
Hybrid League.
Don't wanna.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to me earlier.
All right, go ahead. If you want to address the chat while we wait for the next caller.
Well, what I will say is if anyone is watching and was interested in what we were talking about with Bob or interested in starting a completely new conversation, we are here. The call-in is right there. You don't have to have a camera. You don't have to tell us your real name. You can put whatever name you want. But I think it's fair to say that like we have pretty calm and civil conversations and we just like asking questions back and forth and
right. We can get like excited, but we're not like upset.
Yeah.
We're like
not typically. The one person that got me
one person
that got me really upset.
But they were kind of mean. Otherwise, you know, it's pretty
when you morally justify rape and killing babies, I struggle.
Pull your punch on that one. Just if in the back of your mind you're like, you know what, if Yahweh says killing babies is okay, just say it. Well, that's okay. Actually, interesting question for the chat. If you believe something, so let's say you believe that when God said, like, you know, you're supposed to kill the babies of the Amalekites, that it was okay. Is it heretical to say it's not okay, even if technically inside you know you should probably believe it? Because if I'm not wrong, and I could be wrong here, from what I understand, in Islam, it's okay to lie if it is to further the faith. So if someone says, was Aisha 9 when she got married? You can say, not at all, she was 33. And say it with a straight face and not be a liar. Now, I could be totally wrong there. I don't know. Any Muslims in the chat weigh in? I could be wrong. I just have heard that it's okay to lie to further the faith. That in Christianity, is it okay to lie if you know, like, God killed the Amalekite babies and it was wrong? Can you say
Sabretooth is ex-Muslim? Okay. Well done.
Ooh, interesting. Sabretooth, interesting. I'm interested, Sabretooth, I'm interested in your thoughts on this, like, because I've only heard that maybe secondhand-ish. So
change your
I'm doing it on this over here. So actually you're probably better off on your chat, honestly. It's gonna take me a minute. It's all right. Okay. Can I find my own lives when I'm on?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Go to live. There you go. I got to help with tech for once. I never know the tech.
Got the tech.
All right, here comes the prophecy link. If you'd like to take this little survey, you can see what prophecies you may have fulfilled.
What you have fulfilled is not may.
Well, this as likely as Jesus.
Yeah. Any Christians, we are interested to know why you still believe. We were former Christians and we are no longer believers, but we are interested to know why we should still consider Christianity a viable belief system. Because
any good points that you have that we may not have considered?
Yeah, I was a Protestant, a fundamentalist Protestant.
And I was a Catholic. I was a pretty strict Catholic.
Non-denominational. I thought her belief system was a cult.
Yeah, we would not have gotten along.
No, she was a cult, dude. Catholics, total cult. Non-denominational Protestant,
total cult.
No, non-denominational Protestant knew that it was the right way because we believed in the Bible. These folks believed in some sort of religious leader. the Catholics believed in a religious leader, which is fallible. Like, we believed as Protestant, non-denominational fundamentalists, that the only reason that the Bible might have any holes in it is because human fallibility. Now, what do? Take a denomination and put a human in charge of it and say that's the correct way? Number one way to make a Christian denomination fail, honestly, being honest. So, interesting. I'm going to get this correct. I'm going to open up. I'm going to crack that door so we get some air conditioning down here.
We're in our basement for this, and it's starting to get a little like humid, stuffy.
Yeah.
But
I'll let you take the chats.
Yeah, I'll take some chats, and honestly, like,
oh man, I was really hoping to have that conversation.
I know. I'm really sad that we didn't get to finish that up with Bob. I hope he comes back. Like, maybe not tonight, but another night would be great.
Yeah.
I hope he watches this back and follows us so that we can.
Oh, Sabretooth, it's because we're in hell. Yes.
You're right. It's so hot. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, put us in the flood.
And you know what?
Maybe
And you know what, Sabretooth, to your point, I just said, damn it, you're right. Oh. Actually, damn us. You're right. Son of a gun. Okay. I'm gonna crack that door. I'll be right back. Go ahead and answer the chats, man.
I'm looking.
Sorry.
God is love, not evil. Oh. It says change the background. Yeah, we could change it to our flood background. That might be cooler. But I don't know if we can do that midstream.
It would take an act of technology.
An act of Doug.
I am not. That's going to be so. My Fulfill Your Prophecy act for my Fulfill Your Prophecy app was the thing I've been working on lately, and now that I'm done with that, I will dive into the
making us more new backgrounds.
Making new backgrounds. Actually. Oh, Rock Hard for Doug. Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely Rock Hard for Doug.
We are Dougites.
So we will give Third Angel just Rock Hard for Doug, RHF deed. And we have a caller in the chat. Manny, we're gonna bring you in here.
Manny, you were just talking you were interested in the prophecy link, which we just sent.
Oh, perfect. Okay, Manny, we're gonna bring you up here in 2 seconds. I do want to reference the Rock Hard for Doug thing. So there is a channel out there called Deconstruction Zone. Not to send all of our viewers away, but it's a great channel. And yeah, I actually am at Rock Hard for Doug. When you see the
in
super
the channel.
Chats.
If you've ever watched Deconstruction Zone and seen caller Rock Hard for Doug, that's this one.
I am Rock Hard for Doug.
He somehow got the name before anyone else.
Before it got taken, because we were OGs. Like
we've been watching,
or you can call us ODs.
DZ for ODs, original Dougs. Gorilla Gangster asked who's Doug. Well, Doug is the Rock of Salvation. You can find him all throughout the book.
Manny, hold on for just a second. I'm gonna get the Doug.
What Doug? Oh, yes, we don't have the actual Doug because we are not keepers of Doug, but we do have a semblance of Doug.
This is a pillow. It's a representation of the rock god Doug, and is as viable as a god as other gods, essentially. But you can touch it. You can touch Doug and feel Doug, and Doug is here, and Doug is present and with us. I personally believe more in a god named Claude. And I'm more of an AI kind of a god type of person. But yes, long live Doug. Yes, does Doug have a mind? Absolutely, Doug has a mind. Doug is the Rock of Ages. Are you kidding me? Hold on, I could go on Doug things.
Yeah,
but let's bring Manny in.
Bring Manny up.
All right, Manny, we are bringing you in. Manny, are you over the age of 18?
I am.
Okay, first of all, I appreciate anyone that's like chuckles at that, because I also chuckle at that, and it makes me feel better about myself. So thank you. And do you believe in like a Christian or Christian God?
I am a Christian, 100%.
Okay. What's your like why do you still believe in the Christian God as like the real God or believe in the belief system of the Christianity?
Mm. Well, I mean, I wanna say that I still believe. I've always been a believer of God. I was raised Catholic as well, and that I ran from that
Fair.
because of the way that they shove religion down your throat.
That's also
Um,
fair. I mean, I ran from Catholicism for that reason.
yeah,
So
and so not to go too deep into my story, but like I was raised
oh,
Catholic.
we'd love to
I
hear
Oh
your
yeah,
story.
no, seriousseriously, this is your platform right now. Definitely tell your story. We'd love to hear it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so then I kind of ran from that, and then I became, sort of new age spiritual. I was doing all of the psychedelics and taking
Mm.
journeys and like doing all of that, and kind of switching my perspective of instead. I never stopped believing in God, but my perspective changed in like speaking to the universe as if I was speaking to God. Um, and then I met me and my wife were both new age at the time. She got saved before I did, and I'll tell my story. I won't tell too much of her story, but there were things that she was going through as she was becoming born again that I was personally witnessing, that I had to stand there and say that God is very real. Um, I've also been through situations where I have um, I have tested God, and He has given me a clear answer, and He just kept me away from things that I deserved because of what I've done, and by the grace of God, I am not I didn't see the consequences that were deemed fair for those situations. Um, and I'm currently going through a situation right now that um, if my wife and I did not have God on our side, or that we believed in God and we talked to Him as much as we did, um, we would not be together at the moment. So
So first of all, I'm just sorry to hear that you're going through one of the rough patches because whether or not we agree on everything, life
Hmm.
has ups and downs and the roughs are rough and we've all been there.
well,
Whether or not we find
yeah,
a spiritual support through that is debatable, but that's we will get there. I just want to, as like human to human, express to you that like I
Yeah,
think it's, you know,
yeah. Sorry, you're going
we
through some
both have
stuff.
been through some hard things. We found better things together. We came out on the other side of a lot of hard things, and life has been really good since we found each other, even through the hard things. But that doesn't mean that next
The
year
hard
could be
times
different.
suck. When they suck, they suck. And seriously, I hope that everything works out. And honestly, even if things are not how you want them to turn out, I do obviously hope that you two are like stronger at the other end you know, because of
yeah,
your relationship for sure.
yeah. I mean, the point that I'm trying to make is why I still believe in
Sure.
God,
So
or
you feel that there's some kind of like presence of God helping you through this. Is that accurate?
yeah, and the way that we go about our relationship with Jesus is just that. It's not like we have a relationship with Christ. It's not a religion. Like it's a relationship with the Son of Man. Um and it's nothing that is being forced upon us. It's we have just been there have just been confirmations through various points of our lives that God is real, and He is very much an almighty creator, and He is with us at all times.
So I do have a quick question, and it's mostly just because of my own curiosity. So sorry for everyone else listening. I like New Age was like a thing that like was really big in my household, not because we believed it, but because we thought it was the Antichrist. Is
Yeah.
this like in the 90s or like early 2000s? Or is this like has New Age continued? Is there still New
No, New
Age?
Age. No, no. Like, I mean, everything that you see right now is like a popularization of New Age. Like the how yoga has like blown up, and all the people that like rock crystals
Chakra.
and chakras, and all the sages and
It's
the
very
Palo
Hindu.
Santos. And
Basically, New Age is just code for Hindu in a
it's
way.
well, New Age is like
That's a
kind of
generalization. I shouldn't have
it's
said
kind of
that.
like an agnostic take of like various religions. So
Yeah.
New Age kind of like takes and pieces together things. Like, that's what I did, is that I took little bits of what I liked from different parts of religions, and I'm like, okay, cool, like I'm going to be a quote unquote good person because I believe in, whatever from Buddhism, and this from like here, and then I'm a gentle soul because I smoke this weed in like in peace with like Rastafari, and like all the things of that. So I would piece
Mm.
together all these different things to
Still
say
stoned
that
for Doug, by the way.
the what?
Stoned for
Stoned for Doug.
for those who know, sorry, it's a weird reference, but I do have a quick question
Yeah.
regarding that. And actually, thank you for calling in. Honestly,
Hmm.
and for anyone else who has watched or is watching and wonders, should I call in or just not? You are an excellent example of an incredible perspective. Like I love this perspective because I have really never there, you meet a lot of interesting people in your life, and it's why we wanted to do this channel. Is like I don't know that I've known anyone that's been like researched the other like spiritual religions and then like landed back at Christianity for better or worse, whatever. But I'm just saying your perspective and your knowledge brings a lot to the table, and I just really appreciate that. So I appreciate
Yeah.
you calling it.
Yeah, no, of course. Like, I'm a person that like, so I'm a creative. I was in the music industry for quite a while, and I'm stepping out of it now, starting another business. But my view on life has always been, and this is where kind of like the new age agnostic kind of stuff took its course. It's because like being a creative and being in the art kind of realm, right? All like, for example, this is the analogy that I paint to everyone, right? All three of us can go to an art museum, right? And we can all three stand and look at one
The same
painting.
painting.
We're all going to have different views on that. So
Of course.
my
I think we
goal
should.
my goal in life is always to not only get my perspective on the painting, but hear yours and hear hers.
And
And
so
so
yeah,
then,
so many people ask why we do this channel. If you don't believe, why do you do this channel? Why are you obsessed with Christians? Why do you have these conversations? It's that exact reason. Like maybe we're all looking at the same things and we're not asking the same questions, or maybe we're not trying to convince each other of anything, but it can be very interesting to hear all of the thoughts that are happening. And
yeah.
I just
And
think that it's fascinating, and I think it's useful. So continue.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but to your point, right? Like, I was doing the why I fell back to Christianity is because it ultimately, the void that people have in their hearts and their spirits, um, is can only be filled by God Himself and by Jesus Christ. And I can say that through my opinion and through
So that's your
e-
claim.
my experience, because there was no amount of there's no amount of sex that was like keeping me satisfied. There was no amount of drugs. There's no amount of psychedelics. There's no amount of journeys, like experiences that I was obtaining through said psychedelics. There was no amount of weed, like the amount of highs, the amount of like, and there's nothing that was like a solid covering of the void. There were temporary fills, and they felt great for that time. Um, but there is nothing. There's nothing more satisfying and fulfilling than not only like accepting Jesus Christ into your life, and then living for not only Him, but to extend the kingdom by showing love unto others.
So basically, you had tried a lot of avenues to find fulfillment, and ultimately you landed on Christianity as the best way that you felt fulfilled. How is this different than like a person who has tried many different things, including a former Christian, right, that travels to India and takes a pilgrimage to the Hindu temples and finds fulfillment with, like, Shiva, and like stays in India and lives a monastic lifestyle or whatever, maybe not even monastic, right? But like they find fulfillment in that religion. Like, why is it Christianity that
Versus any of the
is
others.
true? Um, because everyone's had that experience if
Yeah.
they've really sought it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, listen again. I will never be the person to, again, because I walked away from Catholicism. I'm never going to shove my belief and my opinions onto others.
And
So
I
if
totally get that vibe
We
if
from
totally
you.
respect that
Where
about
if
you.
if
and I would
someone
never
if
accuse you of that.
someone
I'm more interested in why you picked what you picked
Right.
versus
Yeah.
other
Why?
Yeah.
options.
Why Christianity
because
versus? Because you said you explored others. You said you explored like Buddhism, like,
And you seem very open-minded.
and I don't want
yeah
to cut you off, which is why I want to preface this, like, and speak now, and then I'll shut up. But like
We'll see.
the previous caller, sorry, the previous caller said that they almost like didn't acknowledge the fact that like Buddha, and I didn't even mention the fact that like Hillel, the rabbi that was born 100 years before Jesus, like said the golden rule, for example. Like, there were spiritual teachers that taught things similar to Jesus, that whole, like, love your neighbor and love before violence concept. They were almost just basically making the claim, and I don't want to put words in their mouth because I don't think that they made it this blatantly, but it came across a little bit like, well, Jesus was like unique, and Jesus was the one that said love your neighbor, and Jesus was. You clearly know through your, like, research and experiences that there were other teachers and philosophies out there that may have also been similar to Jesus in the terms that he presented. Why did you land on Christianity over like Hinduism or Buddhism or that sort of thing?
yeah yeah I mean, again, it's I think for, and I'll say two different points. So for my from my experience, right? Um, all of what I explored um, left me in a really high, but then a really crappy low.
And
Okay.
and we're not
Okay.
talking about just drugs, to be clear,
No, no, no.
Right. It's like
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
religious
yeah,
experiences.
yeah,
And I
yeah.
only asked that because, like, I went through a phase, and I
No,
know that.
yeah, of
Yeah.
course, of course.
Okay.
We've never done drugs.
Um,
For the algorithm, totally never.
Yeah, this is for
totally
the
legal.
YouTube algorithm.
yeah, this is the guest talking.
As I say, as for the algorithm.
Algorithm.
The algorithm.
so
Anyways, go ahead.
so aside from the journeys, right? Yes, there were very high highs and very low lows, both sober and not sober. Um, and and then, you know, the other thing is it's funny that I'm talking about this, and I had just seen the video like 5 minutes ago, and I'm gonna paraphrase it because I don't speak as good as Pastor Philip Anthony Mitchell, but he said something along the lines of, and you're right, like I do believe that I mean, honestly, there are truly many other gods. You know, India has like 4,000 or something crazy,
Mhm.
right? It's not to say that every single deity, spirit, or god were fake, and God is the only real one. But how Pastor Philip Anthony Mitchell was saying, right, is that, and it's Jesus saying it, not him saying it, that through I am the only way to God. You're right. It's only through me. And so Pastor was talking about, so if Jesus is credible, right, then we have to make a choice of saying whether he's a liar or not. Okay. Muhammad was real, but he never resurrected, right? He didn't come back up, and
But he didn't necessarily need to, right? So like Muhammad's posit was that I'm real, this is the truth, you follow it, and there's no like death and resurrection scenario here, right?
so
That
but
was
but the point
contingent.
but the point that what I'm trying to get to is that, so if he's saying that he is the son of God, right? He is directly connected to God, then the resurrection is very much needed, because that is resurrecting our sins and killing our sins off, and being connected, being that connection to God. So without the resurrection, then he is just another prophet. He is just another somebody that is just teaching you to love thy neighbor, right?
Agreed. And honestly, that's kind of where we stand. So that's interesting that you paint that picture for
So
us.
so without the resurrection, he is just another teacher. He is just another rabbi. But
Yes.
because of the resurrection, and that there are witnesses of seeing him being
Well, to
risen.
be fair, there are witnesses to a lot of other resurrections to other supposed messiahs. So now the burden of proof is, how do we prove a resurrection, which is the like super
what,
mystical part of the whole story. Like I can believe that a man lived, and
what resurrections?
I can believe that he was crucified because people were crucified all the time in that time period. A resurrection, that's the hard pill to swallow, right?
What other resurrections?
Oh, tons. We've got
Yeah, I'll let me pull up parallel resurrection. Sorry,
I'll let him take it
So
over because like
I've got good. I use Google Notes or Microsoft Notes, so sometimes uh my method to my madness here is a little chaotic, but I do have it. But go ahead.
so
well,
then why you're looking for those notes? What really what I'm interested is that, like, where did this all start from? Like, what made you guys kind of take that step away from
so
Christianity?
it is
Like,
some
what
of these hard questions. Our two journeys away from the faith were different. His was more scientific, where he couldn't justify, like he was a young earther and a flat earther and a biblical literist, which we would never have gotten along when he was there. But he read so many apologetics trying to convince himself that that was true, that like kind of cracked his eggshell. And I'm not trying to put words in your
No,
mouth,
go.
but
You're
yeah.
good. You're
And then he was kind of thinking like, well, if this could possibly be kind of far-fetched, what else have I been apologizing for that could be far-fetched? And he kind of went in a spiral. Mine was more humanitarian. um I just saw the people in the church around me doing one thing on Sunday and doing something else every other day, because I was from a town of like, throw a stone and you know every single person around you. And I'm
yeah.
like, none of you guys are practicing what you preach. And then I just kind of slowly um let myself read and be exposed to other things, and I didn't take them as truth. It was just kind of like, okay, exposure. But I'm trying to remember where this conversation started. Not
But
the
you
two.
never you never went into actual Christianity. You were in
Oh, I was a
Catholicism.
Catholic.
Yeah, so you were a Catholic before you walked away. You didn't
Yes,
become
but
like,
I didn't go from like Catholic to Christian or Christian to Catholic. I was Catholic until I wasn't.
got it. Yeah, so
Yeah,
that I
yeah.
mean that itself makes a lot of sense because
I
that's
mean, yeah,
the church,
Catholicism.
the church and
Some people think it's
Catholicism.
better than Christianity. Some people think it's completely bogus. I can kind of understand both perspectives, and I'm sure everyone in the chat is saying, you
Well,
weren't really a
no,
Christian. You weren't really a Catholic. I
well,
hate
no,
that
because
argument. I don't think that you get to come here and tell us what we believed and how hard we believed it when we were in the faith.
yeah,
Just
and
because, yeah.
but
And I'm
I
not saying
just
you're doing that. I just know that that's people give that judgment.
the thing about what I don't it's not that I don't like about Catholicism. It's just that why I just don't agree with it, and I understand why you walked away from that is because that the church hurting you is it happens
Church
more
didn't hurt
often.
me.
Well, you're saying that the people were
No, I
doing
said
what?
I saw that the people were being hypocrites. That doesn't mean that they hurt me.
Yeah, okay, fair. But you're seeing one action and you're seeing a different other, and
Sure,
it's just
I'm observing,
hypocritical. Yeah.
and
Um.
I don't think that what I'm observing makes sense. So then I start to look at it analytically, and I start to ask more questions, and I start to read and expose myself to more and more other things besides my like worldview of Catholicism, so that I can decide for myself what I think is the most true, and that was not it, and neither would Christianity be.
So what do you guys practice now, or do you guys practice anything?
Can actually, before we move to that, and I will answer that question. I will be very vulnerable actually, and say that I was hurt.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And it wasn't because of like some sort of scandal in the church or anything like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Which there are plenty of them.
Sure.
I mean,
And
in
a prop
anything,
faith,
in
not
anything.
like, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously the Catholics have their problems, but
Take your system. There's abuse. Take your
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
For me, I was hurt because I was so entrenched in the worldview based off of what I was taught
Mm-hmm.
that I shaped my entire life that I believe currently, because this also ties into your next question, what do you believe? I believe that we have a finite amount of years to live. And I feel like I wasted a good chunk of my life dedicated to something that I now know is incorrect and untrue. And I am hurt that I wasted a significant amount of my existence because of the way that I was indoctrinated, and that hurts me. That's why I'm doing this.
What you said that you're Pentecostal or
Non-denominational Protestant.
Protestant? Okay. Yeah, I mean, and I hear
It's a
it.
bummer, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine one day? Actually, let me put you in my shoes for a second. Imagine one day you're married, and the wife that you had, not this lovely being,
thank you,
but a different one. Imagine that you're married and you have a lovely wife and a lovely child, and who's with us now. Imagine that you realize that after decades of your life, this thing that you've been living for is incorrect and untrue. And if you tell your wife, she'll probably leave you. And if you tell your friends, they will stop talking to you. And if you tell your business, they will fire you. And you have to make a decision. Do I just continue to
pretend to
toe the
believe?
line?
Like, here's the thing: once you are no longer convinced, you are either pretending or you're lying.
Or do you or do you like try to seek the truth and actually like whatever, and I say the truth, my truth, right? Because it's different than your current truth. So do I seek my truth and try to identify like what is true in my eyes, or do I just like play along? I'm not the type of person that can just play along. I'm like, I'm sorry, I've done this and I can't. So that's I was hurt. I was hurt because I feel like if I was raised in an agnostic environment, I would have figured this out a lot sooner. And I consider myself an intelligent person, which I think everyone probably considers themselves an intelligent person. So I consider myself an intelligent person. I feel like had I been given an open airwave to pick my own
rather than like a
path,
perspective or a slant or a predisposition,
rather than this is the path, and if you veer from it, here are all the consequences, I would have picked the path that I'm on now. I would have picked the path that I'm on now, and not wasted, you know, the only thing that I feel like that is an what do you call it, non-renewable resource, which is time. I wasted time, vital, and that's why I'm here.
And so what is it that you believe in currently?
I currently believe that the Christian God is absolutely not true in any way, shape, or form. The Jewish God is also not true. I believe that there could be a God out there. I don't know. That's what makes me agnostic. But because most of my life was spent entirely studying the Christian faith, that I know for certain that the Christian God's false. That's what I believe.
So you don't believe, so definitely the Christian God is not true.
correct.
Christian God's completely.
I feel like that,
which is why we have this prompt, because I can't speak to Hinduism,
right,
or Buddhism, or the other faiths that you've researched.
To a point, we've researched it enough to know that we kind of feel similarly about any of the gods that have been presented at this point.
So then the whole thing is like you're going straight science, that there like something just came out of nowhere and there's a big bang.
No.
So
no,
then,
I don't think
I'm not
science says that either.
I'm not ex nihilo, straight up, like if I can't see it, I don't believe it. But what I can say, and this is where you'll get cooked, is that if we go to the Bible, I know the Bible better than most, and it's completely ridiculous. It's full of contradictions. Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
And it's just kind of full of gross.
We've proved it wrong. The God of the Bible is a monster. I mean, there's so much wrong with the Christian God in the Bible that there's no way that it's true. So honestly, I need to create like a list that I can like pop up here, where it's like, take your pick of what category you want to go to. I mean, take your pick.
I mean, so entertain me. So what, like, so he hasn't filled any prophecy?
Not one. Not a single one.
Not any more than I have.
I also have an app. If anyone is interested, I'm going to actually
He's really excited.
I'm going to put it in the chat. Boom, it's in the chat. If you wanted to find your own prophecies that you fulfilled in the Old Testament according to the typological way that the New Testament applies prophecies to Jesus, I just put a link and you can click on it. It's free, and find your own prophecy.
You don't have to sign up. You don't have to put any information into it.
But Manny, do you have a Jesus prophecy that you would like to discuss that you think that he fulfilled from the Old Testament? Because keep in mind, if the Old Testament was written like even 10 years before Jesus, which I believe that it was written hundreds of years before Jesus. The last book was probably Daniel, 167 BC. And any of those prophecies were fulfilled by Jesus, hey, I'm your Huckleberry. I might believe in Jesus too. I just haven't found a single one. And there are 351 according to Dr. James Dobson.
Okay, so but so then you're saying, because obviously you don't believe in the Christian God, so there's no belief in the Trinity. So you're not, so there's no belief in that there is Jesus the Son, God the Father, and then the
Well,
Holy
I think the
Spirit.
Trinity has its own problems, which we could get into.
Actually, let's get into that because I'm gonna
Hand me that.
refill that. Oh yeah, okay, cool. I was gonna let you take it, but I got you.
Nope.
All right. So with the Trinity, can you explain the Garden of Gethsemane when Jesus was praying to his Father?
Hmm.
How was God praying to himself to relieve himself from the burden of sacrificing himself for the sins of earth to make up for what himself said was bad?
There you
Because
go.
Jesus was praying to God, so how, or the Father, the Son was praying to the Father. So was God praying to God? Like what?
So the thing is that Jesus was man, and he was also God. When he was praying to the Father, right? It's he is when are you saying when he's saying like, my God, why have you forsaken me?
That's when he died, and that's one of the three things that he said, because the Gospels can't come up with the same thing that he said when he died.
But we're talking about when
When
he's
he was
praying
in the
before
Garden
the
of Gethsemane,
crucifixion, like,
before the
why have
crucif-
you forsaken
he was
me?
on the rock and he bled sweat of blood because he was so wrought with stress, like rhinos do. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, please take this from me. I don't want to do this, essentially. Is there any other way other than me being crucified on the cross? So God, so first of all, you believe that Jesus is Yahweh, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So Yahweh in the Garden of Gethsemane is on the rock praying to Yahweh and
So what?
saying,
So the whole point of Jesus being there, right, is for is basically he is becoming the lamb Passover for us. Okay, so through Adam and Eve, right, sin was brought into this world through various acts, right? You've got Sodom and Gomorrah, all this stuff, the flood, all these things. What God was doing was trying to embody put his spirit into a body, which was Jesus, and then carry this life out of what we call, I guess you can say, perfect living, being Christ-like, being sinless, right? And then also going into the worldly views of temptation through the devil, right? And not falling into those temptations, so that it can be an example for us of how we need to um, stay focused on God and to help relieve our temptations, because it's going to happen. Like Jesus was tempted. The devil spoke to him saying, hey, like, just give this up and I will give you the kingdom. I will give you these kingdoms. Like, or when he was saying, hey, if you're so much like God, why don't you turn this rock into bread? Just do it. You can do it, right? So Jesus was God being sent down into human form so that he can sacrifice himself for his people. And
isn't that a little weird though? Like, could you imagine where it's like, you're God, and I think everyone can relate to this because we were okay. Let's pretend for a second. Let's pretend for a second. Okay. And normally this channel is all about like walking through the Bible verses. So for anyone who's dropping off,
And we still can.
We still can. I apologize that we're getting a little meta here, but Manny has some really good points. And actually
Sorry.
I'd like to stay a little meta. So let's say you're God. Okay. And you're like all powerful, all knowing, outside of time, space, and now Manny, don't let me put words in your mouth. How much power does God have? Is God like all knowing, all powerful, all time? Like what is the scope of God? Because I don't want to take your beliefs out
Yeah,
of context.
I mean, sure. Like just for the sake of the conversation, yeah, he's omnipresent. Like he is.
And you believe that, or you're conceding that?
No, I believe that.
Okay.
I truly believe that he's omnipresent. He's always around. He's outside of time. Like, yeah, all powerful, almighty.
Okay, so you've got an all-powerful, all-knowing God, and let's pretend like it's you, because interestingly enough, I believe, and this could be my own narcissistic tendencies, and I will, now that we've got 3 people in the room here, I'll ask you, I'll ask Adele and the chat, like, it's a little bit, how do I say this? It's possible for us to think about that as if we were that. Like if you knew everything and if you could be everywhere and see everything, it's a little bit like, obviously we can't conceive of what that would actually be, but we can kind of be like, okay, yeah, I've got like massive perspective. I can see everything. I know everything. It's like you've got a group of humans on the ground, on the earth, right? And you're way above it, right?
Mhm.
Or like can see over it and are in it because you're omnipresent. And you're like, the way that I can like forgive these people for their sins because they're doing things that are wrong. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm going to posit this. I'm going to have you like correct my anything that I'm saying that's wrong. These people on the earth are doing wrong things. The only way that these people that are on the earth that are doing wrong things can like be pure is if they, according to the old law, do sacrifices. And that's just not, it's not sustainable. It's not going to sustain. So I have to send myself in the form of a son, because it's myself. We're talking about the Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to send myself to the earth. Now, myself goes to the earth. Okay, so let's picture like a third of me going to the earth, and it's going to live there for 33 years, which honestly is actually pretty baller if you think about it. That's actually that I will tip my hat to the Bible on that one. I don't even think they thought ahead on that. Actually, that's the first time I've realized 33? This. Yeah, like literally, like a third of God went to the earth, and Jesus lived to 33. Dude, I'm gonna put a W in your corner on that one, over there. So a third of myself goes to the earth, and lives and experiences earth, and then that third of me prays to the third of me in heaven. Because we're talking about the Father part. The Holy Spirit's in between us or something. We won't get into that yet. We can go there. That's Tertullian. So, like, the third on the earth's talking to the third in heaven, and we're like, dude, is there any way I cannot do this? And then, like, can you imagine this text? This would be like the best text conversation. It's like, bro, I actually think this is a bad idea. Up to the third of you in heaven, and you're like, no, dude, this is the only way you can do this. And then the third down. This is the Garden of Gethsemane when he's praying to God. This is what happened. He's like, the Trinity is no, tricky. The only way you can do this is to die on the cross. And then Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane is like, I don't think this is the way. I want. Is there any other way out of this? And then the third in heaven's like, nope, this is the way. This is the only way you can do it. And so then Jesus says, okay, fine. It's like an emo text from a teenager. And
don't get us on that right now.
No. But then Jesus goes and gets crucified. But like, why would a God if you're an omniscient, omnipresent, omniscient, you know everything for all time, why would you tell yourself, why would you have that conversation if you knew the future? You knew you were going to die. You knew the third of you was going to die on earth, save earth, and go to heaven. Why would you even have that conversation? And why would you put that in your own book? Wouldn't you just write that out? Wouldn't you just be like, and Jesus knew that he was going to die, and Jesus knew that he was going to save everyone? Why did that scene have to happen? What was the dramaticism there, and why did it have to happen?
I believe because though Jesus was the Son of Man and was you know, God in human form, there's still a humanistic part to Jesus himself.
So he got a little bit handicapped, like they like popped his knees when he went down to earth. It's like, bro, you thought you were God, but now you're not a third God. You're actually like 1 to the 0 power God. Explain that.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, what you're trying to say is that when Jesus came to earth, he lost some of his godlike abilities.
No,
Like Jesus wasn't omnipresent.
I'm not saying that. I'm not
Okay.
saying that.
Okay,
I'm
sorry, I
saying
didn't want to put words
I'm
in your mouth.
saying
That's why I was asking. Sorry. I
I'm
didn't wanna put
saying
words-
I'm saying that, like, Jesus was still, like, even though he was God in human form, Jesus himself was still a human. And so from what I'm seeing and why they put that part in there and he had that conversation, you know, like Jesus speaking to the Father, was to show that though Jesus is the Son of Man, he had to go through the same trials that we all experience here on earth. He had to go through the temptation. He had to go through the suffering.
Why did he have to do that?
So, what from what I'm getting is that it just, because if why would I don't know. I think it's more of a connection to the human race. If it's okay, he went through the temptation. The devil spoke to him, trying to tempt him into all these things. I listen, like there are what's going on now
But like,
with
why does God have to prove himself to himself?
But better
he's not. It's
question. Better question.
I don't think
Did he
he's,
have to
hold on.
learn?
I don't
Did he
think
have to? Did he have to like experience something to gain knowledge?
Are you saying that God, when he came down here, he had to
Why did
experience?
God have to be a human?
And if he was fully human, how is he also still God? Like, that's the part of the Trinity that doesn't
So
translate.
don't pivot to that question though until you answer my first question. Why did God have to become human? But then you will definitely have to answer the dualistic question of that. But I'm interested to know, why did God have to become human?
I think I want to say that he came down in human form to be the last sacrifice for the people, right? So shedding the blood of Jesus and covering the Christian body over sins now gives us the access to be sanctified.
But couldn't God just do that? I thought you said at the beginning God was all powerful.
That's my question. Can God not teach us how to love him without killing his own son? Or can he not create humans?
And it's so funny because I see what I love about this channel, actually. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit meta here, Manny, and let you in on some truth.
Sorry, this dog is sounding like a gremlin. It's not us, it's this.
It's so interesting to me to see what people think is interesting. So people have heard certain tropes, and there's been a lot of tropes in society, and the tropes are ingrained in us since kindergarten. So like when you go to Sunday school, when you go to church, you're taught certain things, and you're like, but God had to do this because that's how and everyone's like, that's when we lose viewers. Whenever someone says a trope, we lose viewers. Now, I'm not saying don't say the trope, but I am saying that I can visibly, because I'm watching the amount of viewers, I can see that when a trope comes on, the viewers drop because they're like, oh, I heard that in third grade and it's just dumb. Anyways, sorry. And I'm not saying it's dumb. I'm just saying it's something that they've heard and that they feel like it's just, like it's stale milk. I don't know.
Not to be confused with chewed gum.
Don't get me started on the Faith movie, which we're watching this weekend.
Yes.
Anyways, sorry. Continue. And if I derailed you,
We were
that's
talking. Yeah, I'm like, we were talking about the Trinity. He was talking
sorry.
about
We just saw a viewer drop, and I was
Jesus'
like, "Damn it!" It's because we had a
We
trope.
talked about why can you prove the resurrection. We were kind of going around and around, and I
It
can't
was
remember
good. Honestly, I thought
exactly
this
where you
was
were,
a good
Manny.
conversation.
Please
This-
pick it up wherever you remember the most recent, or where you feel the most like compelled to pick it back up.
I mean, I guess I don't know, because I feel like if I continue on what I was saying, it's gonna just feed into the trope, and
That's honestly, but here's the thing.
God
That's
forbid
okay.
I
You know
want to
what?
lose all
We
the
don't.
troopers.
We don't care about the viewers. Actually, we
Our
don't.
viewers
care.
go from nothing to something
Right.
to nothing to something. We're
We
not really
actually
here
don't
for
care.
any of that.
We're more interested in the conversation. I was just interested. Like I just suddenly realized the algorithm, and I'd never realized that before. I'm letting you in just real time on the meta that I saw, but
Yeah,
continue
we're here for the
continue
conversation
with
you. So please,
what you
continue.
consider the trope, because sometimes the trope will lead to something completely new. Like we don't know until we go there. Sorry. That was my bad. I derailed that. I apologize.
You did, and this dog sucks.
Well, it's not finely tuned because it was created by man. It is a Chihuahua Yorkie mix, which God did not
She
design.
cannot breathe properly.
She can't breathe properly. But she's been a great dog. I give her a lot of grief, but I love her. And
Her name is Gracie.
Her name is Gracie.
For anyone who's a dog fan. Anyway,
Sorry. Go ahead.
She's been protruding in the chat, and I just want you all to know we don't have indigestion. It's her nose.
Manny, let's reset.
Uh-oh.
Let's reset.
Okay.
What after your so you have studied Buddhism, you've studied a lot of different like religions. You understand that the world is full of philosophies, and that Jesus wasn't like the first person to ever think of like love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways. There's different ways in everyone's view to. I mean, math is math, so there's different ways to get to 4, right? It's not just 2 + 2 or 1, 1 + 3, right? But in this conversation, they're like, I guess I will have to look at the quote unquote various like resurrections throughout the history. I don't know about that. I'm not versed on that, so I can't speak to that. That is, and I'm not even holding this conversation as like a back to front Bible reader. I'm what you would consider in many cases lukewarm, as
Luke would,
but
or Revelation would say.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I can't hold my, I guess, I'm not the right person to have a intellectual conversation, because I would have to
Well, that's
open
not
up my
necessarily true.
I
Well,
disagree, Manny. I think
what I'm
you're
saying,
very yeah.
what I'm saying is that like I couldn't quickly back what I'm saying with a Bible verse off the top of my head. I would have to open up my Bible to look at it. But what I'm saying is that through all I can say is through my experience, that like I know God is very real because of of my comparison of what I've gone through in my life and the choices that I've made when I was of the world, and how my life has changed by living a life through Christ. And now, even though, like I told you at the top of this conversation, even though I'm going through a certain situation right now, right, with my wife, there would be a very, very, very different result had we not been uh, followers of Christ. So that is where my belief is in of the God of Christ and Jesus. That's where I hold my belief, is comparing my life experiences in one avenue of this other belief, and then how my life is and how my life has been and how God has answered prayers through this avenue of belief. That's where
So,
I stand.
one, I want to totally respect that. Like, first of all, whatever you have felt, whatever you've experienced, I'm not here to say to discount it, to say I know differently or better or worse or whatever. Like, your experience is your experience, full stop.
100%.
The one thing that I will say is that as much as you believe your experience has led you to the belief that you have, I would argue respectfully that anyone in any other religion that has had a personal experience would say the same thing. And you wouldn't take the personal experience of someone who believes in Allah to be true, would you?
I mean, again, I'm not here to say that my God is greater than your God. I'm not in the position to do that, right?
No, no, no.
Because like
But
you
I
like
think the point I'm trying to make is that, like, I'm not trying to say, and I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't believe what you believe, or that it's not helping you and your wife through what you're going through, or that it's not meaningful to you in your life. And honestly, like, I think that there are a lot of believers, like, my very best friend in my entire life is a Lutheran. We do not talk about religion because we understand that we don't believe the same thing, and we agree on so many other levels that we just don't want to argue about it, right? So what I'm not trying to say that there's anything even wrong about having your belief. I don't want to change that belief for you. I don't want to take that away from you. My only argument, or my only point, and it's not even an argument, I'm not even trying to have you disprove it. I'm just saying that basically what it almost 90% or even 95% of the time boils down to is that it's because of something you experience personally. And my argument to you to just think about, like, to just keep in your head, is that anyone who believes any other religion, name one, their biggest argument is also going to be their personal experience. Does that make sense?
yeah. But again, that's and why I weigh on that is because of the lukewarmness that I am. So like
And that's fair. And I
I
like that.
can't
I like your
I
honesty. I
can't
really respect it.
I can't have the conversation and be biblically driven. But what I can say is that like I I have the from experience, I have the experience going down different routes.
Sure.
And
And this one feels right now, and it serves you right now.
well, it's I mean it's going to serve me the rest of my life. Like
Okay.
this is a like the void that people search for on a daily basis, like again, through experience,
But to be
cannot.
fair, when you were a Catholic, you would have said that that was your forever, right?
No,
Oh,
because
okay.
from the very beginning, when I was conscious enough to have like think for myself, I sat there at church and was like, "This is not it. This is
Okay, I
not it.
stand corrected. I
This is
apologize for
not
assuming that. I
this
just
is not it."
normally think that when someone, like, believes or is a part of a religion, that at that time they think
But
this
see,
is it.
but see that that's the thing, is like that's the big difference, is that there is religion and then there's a relationship with God. And by having a relationship with God is completely different than religion, because like it says two things, right? It says love thy neighbor, but then it also talks about like a man can't love another man, right? In the Bible, there's no man. It's supposed to be man and woman, right? I am not here. Let me say this. Like I'm not here to judge people the way that they feel that they think that they think. I have cousins that are gay, and I love them just as much as I love my straight
Well, I
cousin.
mean, my daughter's gay, so be careful.
No.
No,
Listen,
no,
I'm not.
no, no.
No, I appreciate that you're coming from a place of love.
I'm
But like
not.
to
I'm
my
not. I'm
yeah.
not. I'm not going to stand. I'm not trying to dive deep into that. Is what I'm saying is that like I'm not pushing this onto anyone. I'm not. I'm not going to my cousin and saying you're going to hell, like you're burning in hell, right?
Well, and I'm not going to my sister-in-law, who I love dearly, and telling her that I can't love her because of her relationship with God, the same way she's not coming to us and saying that she hates us because she knows that we're atheists. Like, there's just, when I think that you believe it from, like, to your point, you said it's like, oh, I'm trying to remember how you worded it that like really resonated with me. It wasn't about like an indoctrination, and it wasn't about a biblical inerrancy. What did you say just a minute ago about, oh, there was a phrase you used that I wish I could bring up, and I can't recreate
With
it.
like with Catholicism.
With all of it, with like your even your current relationship, about how it's like you're not, what did you say? You didn't say you're not dogmatic. What did you say?
Hold on. Can you still hear me if I do this? Because I'm like trying to like go to the other side of the.
Oh no,
the
we
chat.
can still hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear you right
we
now.
got you.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool. 'Cause
you're cool. Yep.
I'm trying to like see the chat too, because I was curious what they're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I
I
kind of
mean, I guess I can probably get to the point of it. Like you were trying to say, I think that like you've done your like seeking, and this is what is like speaking to you and your wife, and you believe that you're forever, like you found your place, but you aren't necessarily using that to like project or judge on other things.
yeah. I mean, listen, I'm a very like I'm a type of person that like if you believe this, cool, go believe that. Like this is I can only like just how we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
I can only speak to my experience, and if that is something that plants a seed in you and makes you want to seek Christ more, great, cool. I'm here for you, brother. Like let's talk some more. Like let's sit down. Let's open the Bible.
I
If it
mean, and vice
doesn't,
versa for us, obviously.
if it doesn't, then I'm still gonna go drink my coffee and go sell my insurance and make some money. Like
Oh, you're in
it does.
insurance. Uh-oh. Now we're
Yeah,
screwed.
it's
Right.
it's life insurance. It's fine. Um,
No, I'm
um,
PNC. It's cool. We can still be
yeah,
friends.
but like,
It's still insurance.
but like, you know what I mean? The problem that I have with religion or politics, and that's just a whole other topic.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like it's the whole Catholicism trauma. It's like when I feel like you are trying to shove something down a group of people's throats and saying that this is the way of life or this is what we need to conform to, that is not correct. And that
Can I
and that
posit something there though? Oh, actually, continue. My bad. I
and
didn't mean
I'll
to
finish
interrupt.
the thought. And like
Yeah.
that's not to say that there is not people like that in the Christian pool, because there are. There's Christian nationalists. There's people that are like, trying to put it in your face, and like I think that that's a wrong approach. Like there has to be a softer approach to everything. um but yeah, I believe what I believe, and you know that I believe that the Bible is true. You guys have you have researched countless of things to disprove it, right? But on the internet and everything, like I can, if I wanted to find something that's going to disprove the Bible, I can open up my laptop right now and I can find whatever I need to find, right? there's also science that's
Now,
like,
wait, are you trying to say you can find whatever you need to find to justify your thinking, or whatever you need to find if someone were to say we could disprove the Bible?
anybody can find anything to justify their way of thinking.
Right. You
Right,
say
right, right.
anything.
Okay, so what you're saying is
yeah.
like you could go find something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, like if I wanted to sit here and say like I want to disprove the Bible, like I can go on the internet right now and
But to
find.
be fair, that's not what we did.
No, and I'm not saying you are, but I'm just saying that like like, and I would love to, I would love to maybe do my own research and maybe send it your way, but like there is.
Well, first of all, please feel free to email us. Our email is in
Yes.
here, and I'm not trying to cut you off, and you don't have
Oh,
to leave
no,
until you're
not
ready to
at
leave.
all.
Like, I'm enjoying this
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah. You're
But
amazing.
like, we like you, and if you want to subscribe and come back, we would love that. If you want to email us stuff, we will read it, we will watch it.
Our email is inquirycouple@gmail.com, and we would love to have.
We soak up information. We read books. We literally
not
download
doing this
them
for
on
money.
audiobooks. No,
We're
people are like, oh, you only have so many viewers. We don't watch how many
We don't
viewers we
do
have.
this
As long as
for
we
mo-
have someone to talk to,
we do
that's
we do
literally
this
why
because
we're
this
here.
is way better than Hulu. No offense to Hulu.
Well,
I don't want to get banned from
listen,
YouTube.
Grey's Anatomy is on Hulu, so watch your
Okay,
mouth.
sorry. Okay. I'm just saying this is a more important and interesting like experience for us than just like soaking in media. And the people that engage with us, like you, Manny, are way more interesting and insightful than the people that.
And I'm not here to say that I want either of us to change anyone's
No,
opinion.
not at all.
I like
It's
being able to
interesting
ask
to have the conversation.
questions, especially, I don't know. There are times when I have these questions. I'm like, I want to know what the justification would be, but I didn't mean to take away from where you were at. But I did, so that's on me.
So like you're asking for the justification of what exactly?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that I have questions about justifying in the Bible.
Well, first, before we
go
ask
there,
that question, Manny, how much of the Bible do you think is true? Do you think that the Bible's 90% true, 80% true, 100% true?
I mean,
10%
listen,
true?
listen. I'm a follower of Christ. I believe the entire Bible from start to finish is true.
First of all, big W, because I personally, oh man, you are digging into my soul right now, because here's the thing. Those people that thought that, and I know you're not supposed to say those people anymore, those people that thought that the Bible wasn't 100% true, and they were like, oh no, it's just this much true. I'm like, dude, Timothy says the Bible is God breathed. How do you take an inch away from that? Like, anyways, I don't know. But what?
So, can I bring up a passage I brought up earlier? Were you here when I brought up Deuteronomy earlier?
You just go.
No.
Dive in.
Okay. Well,
Cool.
do you mind if we bring one up?
By the way, she's
Sure.
hardcore. I would have like
No, I want to go to this
one
one because I feel like truly your response to this is telling.
Okay, where are we going?
So we're going Deuteronomy 22.
22.
I'll pull it up on the screen, and honestly, we're gonna have to go offline and talk about our approach here, buddy. This is a tough one.
I'm allowed to talk about the tough ones. That's literally the conversation we were having.
This is why they say she's in charge and I'm just a...
The chat thinks that I'm mean and he's a sad simp. It's not true. But if we're talking about why we might have issues with the Bible, I think that I should be able to pull up the verses that I think are hard, and this is why I have questions. And that's what I'm doing.
Well, these are the verses we struggle with, so
yes.
Let's pull it up.
He's a happy simp, says Pauline. Okay. So do you want to read it this time? I read it last time.
I'll read it because I was out for too long. if I go too long without talking.
Well, in that way, I'm not
All right.
steamrolling the conversation. Okay, so
All right,
22:13.
Manny, first of all, before we go into this, how much of the Old Testament have you read? And I know you're reading ahead right now because you don't want to get like. And here's the thing: I'm going to give you every out in the world. So right now, read ahead. But how much of the Old Testament are you familiar with?
I'm actually going through it right now with my cousin. We're actually right before Deuteronomy. We're in Numbers at the moment. We're just starting Numbers.
Okay, that's awesome, actually. Now, another question: are you part of a study where, and because you said it that way, I don't think you are, but are you part of a study where it's like Bible 365, where you like read a New Testament verse and then you read the Old Testament for a while, and then you do a New Testament and do an Old Testament, or are you just going straight through front to back?
So it's kind of the opposite. It's kind of front to back with like some recourse on the New Testament. So we've gone through Genesis, we did Exodus, we just finished Leviticus. We're going through Numbers right now.
Are you cross-referencing the New Testament during that process?
With this study, there is a little cross-reference with the New Testament.
Good questions.
Okay, Manny, I don't care how you get through it, do it one way or the other, but can I, at some point in your life, I expect that you'll live long enough to do this because you seem young enough in voice, that I would encourage you to do two things. I would encourage you to read the Old Testament from the beginning to the end without a cross-reference to the New Testament, which the Jewish people would consider complete heresy and utter blasphemy and a bastardization of their text, which I would completely agree with. The New Testament, anyways, then when you read the New Testament, and I don't know how much a YouTube person will affect your thinking, but like, if you read the New Testament, would you consider to read it from the beginning of when it was written to the end? Meaning, unlike the way that it is structured in the actual Bible, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, the letters of Paul, the pseudo-Pauline epistles, read it in the order that it was written, meaning the 7 letters of Paul, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, then the pseudo-Pauline epistles, and then the extras, including Revelations, and then formulate like your own thoughts on it.
It's a very different.
It's a different. Now it's a journey. It's a journey. But let's go. Deuteronomy 22, 13, 21. Let's go. We believe that the Bible is true. Okay. So this is Deuteronomy. This is the law of Moses. Now, one more question. Do you believe that the Pentateuch, which is the first 5 books of the Bible, was written by Moses, or do you believe that it was a compilation of different authors? Or do you want to remain neutral? Because that's also totally cool. Neutral's cool.
Yeah, I'll remain neutral.
Neutral. Okay, cool. Okay, so Deuteronomy 22.
Yeah.
We'll start at 13 because we'll just get right into it. Suppose a man marries a woman, but now this is one of the laws of Moses. So this is a law. This is not just like let's do it or not. This is a law.
It's not a suggestion or a story.
But after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. Now, I will let Adele because she is a woman, explain what is
Or I can
evidence
just ask Manny, do you know what the evidence is in this scenario?
of virginity?
I mean, I'm guessing I wouldn't even know where to start with that.
So the evidence in this scenario is
This
whether or
isn't-
not she bleeds on the sheet of the marital bed.
By the way,
Got it.
Manny, this isn't cherry picking. She went hard, but trust me, we've got way more. Like, by the way,
Yeah,
like and
Let's
subscribe.
go through this,
Okay,
and then
I just want
yeah.
I just want Manny
Well,
to be a friend.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to go through one point at a time.
Fine.
Okay, so
You
we're
go
going
ahead.
to present. No, go ahead.
Okay. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out. Now, this is something modern people don't know. In Jewish society at the time, you would consummate the marriage directly after the
After the
in
ceremony
a
with
tent.
witnesses.
In a tent. So the parties happened, and there's a tent, and the husband and wife go into the tent, and they consummate, and then they come out, and it's like, yay, that was great. Or it's there's a problem, and here's if it happens to be a problem. They shall spread out the cloth, which is the cloth that they consummated on, before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him. Now get this. Get what they do to the man, because this is terrible. They fine the man 100 shekels of silver, which they will give to the young woman's father. Now notice.
Not the woman.
Yeah. Because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife. Okay. Big. No, I do it. Okay, sorry. I want to dive into the fact that they like get 500 shekels, man.
Okay, we did.
Okay, sorry.
She shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So there's levels to this section of the Bible that I have issues with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any like offhand that you want to address, or do you want me to start with what I have issue with?
I mean, so the thing where I'm going to sit in before I answer this is that,
Which is totally fine.
Yeah, totally cool.
that like there is no way that I can have a conversation and answer this without relying on the New Testament, because the New Testament atones for whatever's being said in the Old Testament. Now, if we're thinking about this and you're trying to say that there's, there is, like, the way I see it, I read it as a human being, I see that it's wrong, right?
Problematic, right?
I get the view on that, right? But then we have to look at the worldview of, okay, what is still going on in the Middle East with women outside of, in Muslim religion and Islamic religion.
Okay, I have a couple different questions. One, whether or not there are issues of fidelity currently doesn't prove whether or not the bloody sheet is an accurate measure of virginity. Because to be fair, the test in and of itself that exists of whether or not you bleed on your wedding night is scientifically problematic. Do you agree?
Whether you bleed or not,
If you're supposed to be a virgin on your wedding night, but you don't bleed, do you not understand that like only 40% of women bleed the first time they have sex?
It's actually 42%.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, again,
So if we're
a
stoning women
a,
who don't bleed on their wedding night, 60% of women would die for no reason.
yeah, got it. I mean, I understand where the view is and how that is problematic. I get it. You know,
So whether or
um,
not there are issues currently in other cultures with whether or not
yeah,
there's
but the thing that where I'm trying to sit with is that like that was viewed in one point through the Torah and through the Old Testament, and it's not being practiced as Christianity and Christians today. Whereas there are still religions and parts of this world that are putting women in very, very animalistic situations where they're being raped, they're being stoned, they're being clothed and covered, to not speak, beaten down. So when I look at that and where you're trying to see the problem in it, I understand how you see that, and I agree that in itself in text is a problem. I won't disagree there, but what we have to view it then is that still being practiced today as a Christian body?
but
And
whether or
no,
not it's being practiced today, it was a law that God gave. So was it a good law?
it, and it apparently it wasn't, because the New Testament changes that law.
No, it does not.
Where does it not?
I vehemently disagree with the fact that the New Testament takes away
Because
any of the
as
laws of the
as
Old
as
Testament.
as Christians, we're not practicing that law. So what do you mean it hasn't changed? You
No, we're
don't.
not practicing it because we know better than the supposed God of the Old Testament. However,
Okay, so then how
let me
can we?
finish. Sorry. The God in the New Testament does not believe any different than the God of the Old Testament. Jesus comes and says, I did not come to abolish the law, I came to fulfill it. He literally states that not a single jot or tittle of this law should ever be wiped away. So,
Wait. Didn't you just say that Yahweh was Yahweh?
and they're supposed to be the same person if they're the Trinity. So God is Jesus and Jesus is God, so it's a moot point.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Also, will you tell us? Okay, are you
So
still there?
so yeah, I'm
Okay.
here. I'm here.
No, you're
So, but what I'm saying is that like there's a new covenant under Jesus Christ, where like, and he says, okay, that the law doesn't change, right?
This is a good
And
one.
so
I'm
and
glad you're
so
going
uh,
here. Let's go.
and so as you're saying, as humans, we know what's right, and so we don't practice that anymore. Correct?
I mean, I hope so. Like, I
Okay.
assume that there might be
Because
people who
because
do, which is
no,
terrifying.
because there's no Christians that are doing this.
Correct.
We're not stoning
Not that
women.
I know of. No one that I know personally is
There's
stoning a woman
there's
based on
no.
her wedding night.
I think I can confidently say that like there's no Christians stoning women. Now, there are people practicing Islam that believe that God wasn't the Messiah and just a prophet and a teacher, and there are Muslims that are doing the very law that you're speaking about. So there is a big difference between like the new covenant and the old covenant, because there are people that are still living in the Old Testament, and there are people that are living in the New Testament.
Can you read? Can you see the words that are on the screen currently?
No, I wasn't looking at my screen. And let me switch over to the law and the prophets. Where are we?
Yeah, you got you.
He wants to know where we're at in the Bible.
This is Matthew
I didn't remember what verse.
5:17. I knew it was Matthew. Dude, I'm so psycho that like if you give me a verse, I can tell you the book. I can't tell you where, but I can tell you the book. But anyways, go ahead. If you can read, can you read this for us?
So it says in my version, it says then the people began to plead with Jesus to leave their religion. As
Where
Jesus
are you
was-
starting?
Are you on 17?
Matthew 5:17. We
Yep.
can go back. We can read all of Matthew 5. In fact, I would love to read all of Matthew 5 if you want to start at the beginning.
I mean, so then again, so why are we starting here?
Let's
because
go to 5. Let's read it. Let's start at 5. Matthew 5.
Well,
In
what's
fact,
what's
I'll start
what's
at
the
we
Matthew
started
version?
here because it's talking about the law.
What's the version that you guys are putting on the screen?
This is the New Revised Standard, but you can use the King James version if you're a 1611ist.
No, I'm not talking.
What version do you use?
And thy and them and stuff. I'm in the one that I have closest to me is the NIV.
Cool. I love the NIV. Honestly, that's my second favorite. Besides the scholarly version, that is my second favorite. Okay, go ahead with Matthew 5:17, or you can start beforehand if you'd like. But what we're trying to explain is, does the law apply to Christians? In the law of Moses, particularly, we can get into the oral law versus the Torah.
Okay, so from 5:17. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
That's why I was in Mark. Let me go back. Let me open this.
By the way, I love Mark.
I know Mark is your favorite.
Mark is my favorite.
Okay, so and it's crazy that we're actually going in here because church, we just started on the Beatitudes with
Yes!
Nice.
Yes.
So
Dude, Matthew. Okay, actually, Manny, what you're gonna experience in Matthew, I'm gonna brace you for this. If you're in the Beatitudes and you're in Matthew, now, if you stay in Matthew, it's going to be a lot about the law and the Torah, because Matthew is writing to a Jewish audience. Okay. Now, what the Christian church will do to you is they will pull you out of Matthew and they will thrust you into Luke, which was a Gentile audience. And they will pull you out of Luke and will throw you into John, which was a philo philosophy, which is what do you call it? Neo-philo? Anyways, you got to read the actual book for what it is worth. Stop getting pulled out and put in. If I can throw my 2 cents to anyone watching, read the books. That's all I'm asking. Anyways, Matthew 5:17.
all right, so here we go. So
Sorry, I'm popping off.
You're good.
I'm getting it.
Do
I
not
mean, don't
think-
pop off. He got mad at me for popping off earlier.
I'm calming down.
Not even on the stream, just to our children, which I thought was fair game
That was
as
fun.
a married couple to be able to pop off
Super
to each
fair
other
game.
about our children. But he said he's the only one who is allowed to pop off, and I'm like, it's Mother's Day weekend. I should be able to.
I said that facetiously.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Okay, so the law and the prophets.
Okay. It says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of the commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches these commandments will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven.
Take that one. I gotta go to the restroom real quick.
So now we're going to have the conversation about fulfill versus abolish. And then I'm going to take you into the Old Testament, and I'm going to show you the prophecies about how God said that there's going to be sacrifices, both burnt offerings and grain offerings forever. So my question is, if like Jesus didn't abolish the law, like that law that we just read about, like the bloody sheet, like how do you reconcile that?
I mean, the thing about it is that he goes on to explain the different, like the various laws through murder, adultery, oaths, eye for eye, love for enemies, prayer, fasting, treasures in heaven, do not worry, ask, seek, knock, true and false prophets, things of the sort. Where I'm trying to get at is that, okay, so he says it very clearly here that we're not abolishing any law. Okay, and so we want to focus. We what we're trying to harp on is this law of the virginity.
Right.
But he does, like, so he's touching on these other subjects, and like he's not really saying anything to that nature. So what I'm trying to say is that with the new covenant, there's a new relationship, and there's a new view on how you're supposed to live Christ-like. So when this like, I mean, it goes back to where, you know, the prostitute Mary was at his feet, and the people were trying to the Pharisees were trying to stone her, right? And they try to like get him in a predicament that they were always trying to, and they're saying, you know, she has sinned, she has like prostituted her body, like, are you not going to stone her? And he basically said, you know, well, I mean, listen, you can stone her, but it's the person who really hasn't sinned is able to really stone her. And then what happens? They walk away. So he didn't stone, like if he was going with the law of having to stone a prostitute, he would go through with that. But what he was trying to show is the love of God. So I think I don't know if I'm veering off, but what I'm saying is
you're right. You're on.
And it's like, it's actually the perfect response for this situation. I just think that there's more to it, but I'll let you take it.
So
I don't mean every time I say that, oh, she's gonna let him talk. That's not what I meant. Like, I'm not gonna keep running with the conversation. Please pull up your verses.
Pull up some verses actually, because I feel like let's just go to the scripture. So it says, so this is James 2:8-12. And honestly, I'm a little bit like, I know these concepts. So to be fair, Manny, I am literally like, you know how like when you know something, you're like, I think it's about here. That's kind of where I'm pulling up. So this is not a trope. We have been live for I don't know how many hours now. Like, I do not have a script. This is
3
off
3 hours.
3 hours. We've been live for 3 hours. This is not I do not have a 3-hour script. So I'm going off the cuff.
We don't even have a 30-minute.
So if this is irrelevant, it's irrelevant. But I'm remembering. Okay, so James 2:8, it says, if you really fulfill the royal law, which we agree the royal law. Actually, let's say the royal law, according to the Jewish system, is the Mosaic law. Actually, we didn't define that, because you had issue with the fact of what Jesus was declaring the law versus what he wasn't declaring the law. I would posit that Jesus is stating in all of his text, according to his own words, according to the
According to
Gospels,
the people who
that the Mosaic law is the law, and that the oral tradition was what he took offense to. That's what the law is versus the non-law. Like, do you agree or disagree with that? Or again, you can also remain neutral, because if you like,
Say that again. Ask the question again.
so like, Jesus was in an interesting situation, because during the period between like 0 to 100 CE, there was a movement happening within the Pharisees. And the Pharisees, we can call, and any rabbinic Judaism followers can answer in the chat right now and correct me if I'm wrong. But there was a period there where, like, the Pharisees were starting to overstep. They were starting to add things to the law. So we had the 300 and some laws from Moses that were in the Pentateuch, which is, of course, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. And then what happened was, because those weren't clear enough, the Pharisees had to add their own interpretations. And it wasn't written down. It wasn't like an organized thing. It was what they called the oral law. Jesus was vehemently.
I can like see it written, but I can't
super opposed.
Jesus
was
vehemently.
Yes. Jesus was that opposed to the oral law. He was like, you know what? Only follow the law in the Pentateuch and forget this like Pharisaic law that they're trying to introduce. So that's where you get the thing about like stone your child. He's like, is it really
sacrifice your child on the altar?
Is it really the Mosaic law, or is it your oral law? Like, there were some really good things. Like, Jesus had some exceptional gotchas because of the oral law versus like the actual Mosaic law. But Jesus always adhered to the Mosaic law. So anyways, that's where that was coming from. Sorry. I don't know if that answered the question. I might have gotten off on a tangent.
I thought you were asking a question.
Damn it, man. Damn it, Manny.
I missed the beginning because I was in the restroom, but we were talking about, well, we were going to go to fulfilling the law, unless you already did.
All right. So basically, let's rock into it. So James 2, 8 through 12, it says, if you really fulfill the royal law, which is the Mosaic law, according to the scripture, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Also, shout out to Hillel and Confucius. You do well. But if you show partiality, you commit sin and are convicted by the law as transgressors. For whoever keeps the whole law but fails in one point has become accountable for all of it. For the one who has said, you shall commit no adultery, also said, you shall commit no murder. Now, if you do not commit adultery, but you murder, you have become a transgressor of the law. So speak and so act as those who are to be judged by the law of liberty. So this is Christian, right? This is James. So James apparently is following the law, and this is the law of Moses. Do you agree that Christianity follows the law of Moses? Yes or no? I guess is the question. We've got more verses if you need more evidence.
I believe that Christianity follows the law through the new covenant. So because what it's saying, like even through, where we were just at with Matthew, right?
Yeah.
it expands on the whole murder side, right? Just to give one example, right? It's saying that murder is murder, but even if you're angry with a brother or sister, will be subject to judgment, right?
Yes,
Adultery,
yes, yes,
and it's saying that adultery is adultery, right? Like physically adultery, but
yes,
even looking, and then he expands on it. He's saying that even looking at another woman lustfully
yes.
is committing adultery,
Agreed.
right?
So he doubles down on it. He's not just saying, he's not saying
He's
like,
not saying it doesn't go
he's
away.
not saying
He's
like,
like,
dude, if
this
you
needs to happen.
fornicate with that other person,
Like, don't even look at someone else.
don't even look, like he's like
you
doubling
better,
down.
yeah, don't be looking
He's
at
doubling
this guy's
down.
wife.
Yeah, he's doubling down on the law
That's
of
lust.
Moses. Yeah. He's like, not only the law of Moses, but to the 10th power. It's like, dude, thou shalt not steal. Bro, if you covet, you're freaking stealing. Do we agree on that? Like that, I would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, actually, let's get to a point here. We have had Dustin in the box for a very, very long time, and it is getting late our time. So I have a lot I would love to talk about with Manny, and I would love to have Manny like subscribe or at least like hit notifications to be able to come back and talk with us again. I want to give at least Dustin a chance to come up here and chat. And I'm not saying let's stop right now. I'm saying let's get to a point.
Yeah.
But like Dustin's been sitting there, and I want to give them.
Dude, also Manny
like,
represented well.
Manny
did
is amazing. Like you're eloquent, you're respectful, you're like humble, you're willing to have conversations, you're willing to talk about the questions. That's exactly the kind of conversation we want to have. And I'm not trying to defer from that at all. I just think, one, we could do this again for another hour or two another night.
Dude, I could talk to Manny.
I could talk to Manny for like 4 hours
a day.
probably.
Yeah. Days. In fact, we should have a retreat.
Well,
sometime.
we still owe Lars a scheduled meeting before we schedule a meeting with anyone else. And I don't want Lars to think that we've forgotten our promise. Because we are people of our word.
Manny, let's give you the last word though. If there's something
we should read or chat before we move on, whatever you think we need to like
whatever perspective like you would like to give.
Let's put that ball in your court.
We give you
We really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that Jesus is Lord. He's the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. He is my almighty Savior, and you know, I am a child of God, and you know, I only do this through him and only him. So,
dude, I love it, and you are awesome, man.
I'm glad that you feel that and that it serves you, and I really, really wish the best for you and your. I can't remember if you said. I think you said your wife, not fiance.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm thinking about you guys and what you're going through, and giving you all of our, we don't pray, but I'm giving you all of our best wishes and positive thoughts, and would love to talk to either of you again if you are willing to come back.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll circle back.
Thank you, Manny.
Thank you so much for that honest and respectful conversation.
Yeah, you were awesome.
Of course.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Talk to you later. Thanks.
Wow, big W. Can I big W's for Manny?
W for Manny.
Like, getting
what a
people
great conversation.
Who just aren't rude and mean. And
yeah, love that.
Big
honestly.
W's, Manny. You were very.
As people that follow the channel know, I have a bladder the size of a bubble guppy, so I'm going to go potty, and then
W Manny.
We're bringing in the next guest.
Yes, we will bring Dustin up. Dustin has been patiently waiting for a very long time. Dustin, I will not bring you.
Was Dustin the person that was in earlier?
Dustin was in our chat apparently. I think under another name, because at one point in the chat they said, "I'm in the queue. Don't forget."
Oh, we're definitely bringing up Dustin. Okay.
Yeah. And so I've got soda for you. It's stale soda from yesterday, but you can have my soda because I'm drinking our energy drink because we're super healthy. We've got Coke Zero and Monster energy drinks. So, anyway, Manny, loved that. Honestly, that was a great call. Once he comes back from going to the bathroom, I'm excited to see what Dustin has to say. Dustin, thank you so much for waiting for so long. What do we got in the chat? You're not scared of Muslim hell? No. W. Manny, yes. Dusk. Netanyahu. Okay, maybe. Angel, thank you for complimenting the hosts. I understand that we don't necessarily believe the same thing, but I feel like we can get along and be friends. Someone said prayer is powerful. I wanted to have the prayer conversation with Manny. He talked about prayer being one of the things that convinced him to move to Christianity, and that was a point I wanted to touch on, and then I lost it in our dialogue. Manny, if you come back, please bring up prayer, or anyone else who talks to us tonight. Maybe even Dustin wants to talk about prayer. I have a lot of questions about prayer. And Angel, if anyone's respectful, we really, really will let them speak as much as we can. Obviously, we will also speak, but we want this to be a platform for everyone to have a voice and for people to be able to hear every side of the scenario and make their own deductions. We're not here to convert or judge or blame, but to have just a platform. I just think it's important to have a place where people can have conversations. So yeah, I think it's great. But I remembered now what I wanted to talk about with Manny. I wanted to talk about prayer.
Oh, interesting.
And then
What
I
did you want
it.
to like talk about regarding prayer?
Well, I don't want to get into that because what if maybe, I mean, Dustin may or may not want to go there, and if he doesn't, that's fine. I'm not trying to.
All right, let's find out. Dustin, once the electricity kicks back on, this is our refrigerator. If you see my face go dark,
it's because our mini fridge, which holds beer and Coke Zero, occasionally surges our electricity, and then our computer goes dark, and then we can't see anything.
There we go. All right,
There's my Coke Zero from last night for you.
Wait, Dustin, sorry. Not Manny.
Yeah.
Boom, Dustin, are you over the age of 18?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Yeah, you sound great, man.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So
right. Are you a Christian, and why do you still believe? And honestly, it's kind of a silly prompt because I know you've been in here long enough. Like, where do you want to start?
So,
we're gonna let you like
give us a starting point.
Yeah, give us
after
a starting
everything
point.
You've heard, after all of your waiting, like what is your like jumping point? You get to start wherever you want.
Yeah. So I am the same Latter-day Saint that spoke on your live a couple of days ago.
Oh, what was your name then?
Dustin.
It was Dustin?
Did you say
it was Paul? It's my no, it was a couple of days ago. My Paul account is the one in the chat, but I joined with my real name.
Okay. Yeah, yes. You were in the
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, we were talking about the great apostasy, and then we got lost connection.
Was it Wednesday or Thursday? Anyway.
That's okay.
Welcome back. Thank you for coming back.
Yes, thank you so much for coming back.
As a starting off point, there's just so much I can agree with you guys. I think that Christianity, like general Christianity, has time and again failed to answer your questions that are valid. And if I had those questions from the same perspective that you guys started with in general Christianity, I would also leave Christianity, honestly. And those are totally valid concerns, and I don't think that there are actual real answers to these questions. I don't. And so
well, that's an honest start, and thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, I just want to like make sure, like, because a lot of people probably don't like validate those concerns as real concerns. They are real concerns.
Thank you. Yeah, they are.
And so I know you said that you had a lot of questions about prayer because Manny had said that prayer had worked for him. So like,
yeah.
What were like some of those questions?
Well, okay, so like I hear a lot of people talk about their testimony and their personal experience, and they talk about prayer, and a lot of it's like, I prayed and then I got a job, right, that I was like hoping for, or I prayed and then like, I mean, I found my car keys, like it's all over the map, right? Like I prayed and I prayed, and now I know God exists because X happened. But like, if I don't want to sound flippant, But if
No, you
prayer,
don't. No worries.
but if prayer was that real and that demonstrable, why would we not be praying to like cure all of the children in the cancer ward?
Yeah. So
And why wouldn't it
you're kind of
work?
tapping in. Yeah, you're kind of tapping into two issues. So there's the issue of intercession and the issue of like why did bad things happen to good people.
Sure, there's the
So
problem of evil, and there's the problem of like when, if, and why would God intercede?
yeah. So
And
are
then there's
you?
also the question of why were we designed like this in the first place if it's supposed to be intelligent design?
Yeah. So I think that the topic of the problem of evil and theodicy is more interesting than just the topic of intercession. And I kind of want to speak about that, or like why is this all part of the grand design? So I don't think, again, I don't think traditional Christianity has an answer to this. I think that, you know, real Christianity has an answer to this, and I'm not trying to be rude, but that
No,
is actually what I believe. And so, very simply put, very simply put, we existed before this life. We lived in the presence of God before we came here, and God's plan was for us to become like Him. And now, because we are not the most intelligent, all-knowing being that God is, we have to go through a mortality where it's possible that when we are severed from the presence of God, it's possible that we can't return to live in His presence again. Or God isn't.
That's super like Muslim and
That's super
also
high,
Hindu.
it's super high level, but like why could God have not just created us to be able to understand one where we're supposed to be and two where He's supposed to be? Like He's all powerful.
So first, God did not create us from nothing. Actually, Joseph Smith thought that we, as personal, intelligent beings, have existed forever, just as God has, and God is more intelligent than they all.
So
And
He
so
didn't
God
create us?
not from nothing. No, He formed our spiritual bodies, and He, our relationship to Him is definitely of His creation. But no, God did not create us from nothing. No, we've existed forever. Actually, God just doesn't create from nothing in general. That's the belief of Latter-day Saints. And so God's trying to cultivate us and to become what He is. And in order to do that, we need to actually leave the presence of God, where it is possible for us to not only make poor choices, but to engage in unjustified evils, or that's actually a possibility, and it's a risk that God is taking when He sends us here. And so it is actually possible for me to go doing something that's horrible, and there's no good that comes from it. I feel like a lot of times Christians will talk about, well, all evil has this purpose that is just we don't know yet. And they talk about as if evil is
like I
all
have
evil
a
is
problem
justified.
with that sometimes.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, my child died, but surely something good is going to come from that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It is for us to be able to actually have left the presence of God, there must needs be an actual opportunity for there to be unjustified evils. And in being severed off from the presence of God, in our life, we learn how through Jesus Christ, the Savior, we can enter back into the presence of God. We can actually cleanse ourselves and actually become righteous and actually mirror their image and see them as they are and be pure as they are pure, as 1 John 3 says. And I don't want to just monologue because I know...
no, you're good.
I forgot your name, but I know
Adele.
you don't like that. Adele. And then what's your name, brother?
Yeshua or Josh.
Yeshua. Okay. Oh, that's right. I think I saw it.
Yeah.
So Adele and Josh. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget.
No, that's good, man. Yeah, that's cool.
And so, so I'm just writing it down. And so, we in this life, like that's the purpose of this life. So that's why that there are evil. That's why evil can't happen, and that's why there'll be stories of, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on YouTube if you guys get demonetized, or I don't know how it works, but I think a good example of this is every time I'm talking to a Christian about this, there are examples of people who will go and kidnap small children and then rape them and then kill them and then never be caught for the rest of their lives. And I asked the Christian, does that glorify God?
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I know that it will be made right in the resurrection. I do believe in punishment after death.
So you think God will figure it out?
Yeah, I do. I do think that. I think that God does not will all things that happen. It is not, which is contrary to the traditional Christianity. That's actually a quote from Joseph Smith. And so we can't be actually severed from the presence of God unless it is possible for things like that to happen, and it's our responsibility as humans to make sure that stuff doesn't happen. And in that way, we're able to become more like God. I know this answer is kind of convoluted, and it's probably raising some other questions.
It's very
You're
interesting,
giving
actually. I
giving
think
us
it's a
your
little
premise.
bit more human and honest and
Yeah.
more common sense.
Yeah, you're giving us the premise.
Honestly,
essentially.
it's a little less Christian than what I normally hear. So I'm trying to figure out where to go with what you're giving us. Maybe you start.
So, sorry, are you talking to me or Josh?
No, go ahead.
I'm saying you and Josh dial
She
up
flipped
first.
it to me.
First of all, I got yelled at in the chat for talking over him and making him sad. He's a sad husband. I'm a controlling wife.
That's a Matthew 7:1-2 moment.
Ah, good call out.
Because clearly we are at odds and have no understanding of each
That's
other.
just not how. Yeah, it's just not how humans work. It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't worry about it.
So, no, actually, honestly, like I would have you talk for hours about your premise.
I know. Please, feel free to end the call at any time.
And
the two of you, here we go. It's gonna be 3 a.m.
The reason why is because I value perspective. Like
I do too.
I feel like, and the reason why we're called Inquiry Couple is because I feel like a lot of people, and this isn't to be judgmental about other people, but like I feel like a lot of folks like have an opinion and they want to like make their opinion known. Like, this is my opinion and this is why it's right. We are interested in understanding why people think the way they think. Now, we may not think that way, and
we're not interested in you convincing us or vice versa. We
Right.
just want to have, yeah.
But we don't believe that the truth comes out from people talking over people. So that's why I think that like perspective is so interesting. So
yeah,
my question, like if I was just to throw one out there, like if you were to show up at my door like a Jehovah's Witness, which I know Mormons aren't.
He keeps missing them and he's super sad. Like he really wants to engage them in conversation.
You guys come, not you guys, but the Jehovah's Witnesses come at the wrong time. I'm like, dude, I'm like in the middle of a meeting and I'm like, no, I want to talk to you. Anyways, so if a Mormon were to show up, because I'm in an area where there's not a lot of Mormons, and they were to be like, but Joseph Smith, was the, like revealed all this stuff.
This is very convincing.
Like
to me.
my biggest questions would be like what, like, and I'm gonna dispel. I could dispel a huge misnomer right now because this is just like total hearsay. Do the Mormons think that there were like chariot battles in the United States? I heard that. I don't even know if that's true.
So yeah, that's a big issue. So
damn. Okay, sorry, dude.
Wait.
I didn't.
No, it's okay.
He knows the answer.
So
tell us.
So just really quick, yes, all of the early Latter-day Saints, including like Joseph Smith himself for most of his life, thought that the Book of Mormon took place right where that Hill Cumorah was, which they thought was the Hill Cumorah from the Book of Mormon.
What's Hill Cumorah, man? You gotta back up because we're not like Mormons. What's
Hill Cumorah? It's a don't worry about it, to be honest. You'll probably hear about it in the future.
Because we're in the Midwest. I literally live an hour from where St. Joseph founded a city. So
yeah,
like,
so I'll say
Cumorah.
Yeah, so Hill Cumorah in the Book of Mormon is the place where Moroni will bury all of the plates of Nephi, and then except for the plates that he has with him.
Are the plates of Nephi the golden plates that he got from Gabriel? No,
so it's not Gabriel. That's Muslim. That's Angel Moroni.
Where did he get his plates from?
Okay, so do you guys know like the message of like Mormonism or like the Restoration?
Most people don't, And I know
That's okay,
more
that's
than most
okay.
people about religion because I'm a nerd. And trust me, the people that are watching this may know more than me, but I feel like
That's
the
okay.
general public don't.
That's okay.
So,
That's
this
okay.
is your platform. You literally are given a platform, and that's why we do this, because you can explain what this means. So, Joseph Smith got. Okay, actually, start
Okay.
over. I don't want to mess this up.
I can. Okay.
My bad.
So Joseph Smith was born at a time and in a place where religion was super insightful. A lot of debates. He grew up with a lot of religious debates around him. He grew up church hopping. His father, actually, because his father saw that people would be created by God from nothing and then go to hell. That didn't make sense to him. So Joseph Smith's father was religious,
And
but
this
he
was
wouldn't
the
like going to
East
church.
Coast United States
Yes.
around 1930s, right? Or
No,
1830s.
about 1800 to 1820, right?
Right, 1820s, East Coast. He didn't have like an actual direct college degree, but
No,
he
so he was
had.
very uneducated. Actually, Joseph Smith would remain uneducated for most of his life, and
This is
even after the Book
very
of Mormon,
much
he would.
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let you go with this. I'm not gonna interject, but yeah, okay. So 1820s, uneducated. His father was involved in something,
He
and
just
then
didn't want to go to church. His father, but Joseph Smith would church hop with his family.
okay, it's interesting.
And so Joseph Smith made a lot of stupid mistakes that a lot of young boys make, and he was very convicted. He felt like every church he went to, he couldn't find forgiveness in that church.
Couldn't
And
find
so
what in that church? Sorry, I'm gonna turn you up a little bit.
that's
You
okay.
got a little quiet.
He couldn't find forgiveness. He couldn't feel
Forgiveness
forgiven
in
for
the
his sins.
church.
In
Okay.
any of the churches he went to. This is very similar to Martin Luther originally, actually.
Okay.
He couldn't feel forgiven of his sins. And so what he does is he hears a sermon about James 1:5. And James 1:5 says, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God. God who giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. And
Yeah.
here's this whole sermon about this verse about how if you ask God, God will give it to you. And so he goes and he prays and he asks God, God, which church can I find forgiveness of my sins in? Like, which church is true? And he recounts that after this prayer, he says, I saw a pillar of light exactly over my head, above the brightness of the sun, which descended gradually until it fell upon me. When the light rested, I saw two personages whose brightness and glory defy all description, standing above me in the earth. One of them spake unto me, calling me by name, and said, pointing to the other, this is my beloved Son, hear him. And Jesus Christ told Joseph Smith that he would not find forgiveness, or actually, first he tells him, your sins are forgiven you, Joseph. And then he tells him that he would not, to join none of the churches, because they were all corrupt and they taught the doctrines and the precepts of men. And Joseph Smith would be the instrument to restore the true Church of Jesus Christ. And the main tool that he would be given to do that initially is the Book of Mormon. And so the Book of Mormon comes from after Joseph Smith had that great experience on Yom Kippur on the Day of Atonement, which Joseph Smith, not being a scholar, not being super biblically literate, didn't know. But on that day, on Day of Atonement, the angel Moroni would visit him and tell Joseph Smith about these golden plates that were deposited in a hillside near his home.
And when was that exactly? Like, when did that happen, actually?
So it happened in 24.
Yeah, no, we don't need like exact dates, but we're like in the 1800s, early 1800s.
Yeah, so Joseph Smith, actually, the first time this happened was he's thinking about that incredible and that sacred experience that he has, and he is praying again for the forgiveness of sins, and he's sleeping with his, all of his siblings in the room together, and a light will appear in the room, and Angel Moroni will, break forth out of this veil, and his siblings won't wake up, even after this whole, amazing thing. He thought the house was going to catch on fire and stuff. And Moroni quotes a bunch of scriptures to him. He quotes to him the ending of Malachi and some Isaiah verses, and he tells him about these plates that are deposited in a hillside. And so Joseph Smith will be shown by the angel Moroni these golden plates, which contain the record of God's dealings with the ancient inhabitants of civilizations long since lost and passed away. And now this kind of gets into your initial question. So in the Book of Mormon, it says that there's all these thousands and thousands of records that were kept by the Nephites, who are these people, this record-keeping class. And Mormon, why it's called the Book of Mormon,
Wait,
is because
hold up.
yeah.
Like, first of all, I do want to know what the class is called, but first I do want to address something. And you, my friend, are part of a lucky group that did experience a Justin raid. So there's another live stream that is called the Deconstruction Zone, which I would highly encourage everyone to join. It's called Deconstruction Zone. It's why we're actually doing this probably here today.
Absolutely.
In fact, for everyone on the Deconstruction Zone that just rated us, I would actually like to share that we have something that I created.
So Rock Hard for Doug.
I'm actually Rock Hard for Doug.
From the chat is this man, and he has created an app where you can see how many of the messianic prophecies you may have fulfilled.
So I'm going to share it. I'm going to share it in the chat.
He's going to share a link, and you guys,
it's free now.
If you want, you don't have to sign up, whatever, nothing. You just click it and you do it. But it's pretty great.
Why is it still having that as my whatever? Okay, anyways. So, what we're trying to decide is, like, so how do you know, though, that this prophecy that was given to this individual was, you know what I mean? Like,
I can tell you my whole personal story, but at the end of the day, it's just because of I feel that Jesus has spoken to me to tell me that it's true.
Right, and
I can't verify that to you.
You're prefacing it correctly. You're saying, because you're heading yourself off at the pass. You're basically saying the same thing that I said to my grandmother when I was 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
totally.
When I was, actually, I might have been younger than that, like, let's say 7 to 9 years old. I remember it clearly. I'm in this old farmhouse. It's rickety old farmhouse.
That's the age I struggled with my father.
Yeah. And I asked my grandma, I was like, if we were born in a country where everybody was Hindu, and I don't know where I got that from.
That's honestly a great question, and Christianity does not have an answer. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I was like, if I was
born I have an answer for you.
Okay,
you do?
I'm interested.
Yes, I do.
So
you think if you
let me posit the question.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For the audience, because you and he know where we're going, but maybe the audience doesn't. The question is, if I were born in a country that believes in Hinduism, why would I grow up and have a near-death experience and not see Vishnu instead of Jesus?
Yeah. So there's
Vishnu. Sorry.
Yeah. So there's two things that I want to say, but I want to preface that with saying that Jesus Christ is the only way. He is the only way to live back in the presence of the Father. He is the only way to overcome sin, and I know these things. So I just want to preface that before I say what I'm also about to say, and that is that God speaks to man in His language, in His language, in His tongue, in His culture, and the cultures and the languages and the tongues of men are fallen. The nature of man is fallen. It is not perfect. Man cannot perfectly write down and recite exactly those exact words that God told him to his heart. That's not what theopneustos means in Timothy. There's a whole book about why it doesn't mean God breathed. It's called The Invention of the Inspired Text by Fourier. I don't remember the first name, but people who live in these countries who have no association with Christianity, there's going to be two ways that God is going to bring them back into His presence through Jesus Christ. And that is going to be by calling prophets to reveal to these people the way through Jesus Christ.
So basically what you're saying is the way that God is going to bring the people back to Himself in the current day, you're talking presently, like 2026, is that He's going to have prophets. Okay, that's method number one. Okay,
I do believe
the next
that.
method.
That is, I'm going to quote from the DNC. This is the words of
What's the
God.
DNC?
The DNC are the collected revelations of Joseph Smith from Jesus Christ. It's similar to the Quran to answer
How
specific
many
problems.
DNCs are there?
Well, my church has one with 138 sections and 2 official declarations.
So there are different DNCs. So are there like different like?
Sorry, just a quick interruption. Justin from Deconstruction Zone just showed up, and I got this brand new bottle of Kraken just for this moment.
Which, because we're not big enough yet, we're not going to get canceled for pouring Kraken.
So this is
Anyways,
for you.
so the DNC, which is not the Democratic National Convention.
No, it's not. It's the Doctrine and Covenants.
Okay. So the non-Democratic,
But a quick cheers.
right,
Justin,
Democratic
thank you.
National Convention. Cheers.
Yeah.
Is so the DNC is Joseph Smith's like books
It's,
outside of the book.
No, so there's the Bible, and then there's the Book of Mormon, which is the record that I was telling you about. The DNC is the collected revelations of Joseph Smith. So if you read like Ezekiel or Jeremiah or Isaiah, like the major prophets, there are prophecies about that, about specifically the problems that the early saints are dealing with, and Joseph Smith will reveal it. The biggest through line through the DNC is that Jesus Christ is trying to help the saints live the law of consecration. That's like a main topic throughout all the DNC.
Describe the law of consecration.
Yeah, so I actually just read a book about it today. But the law of consecration.
First of all, can you tell us what the book is? Because we love to read.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to interrupt you from telling us what you
and
read. I just
big
want to know
W
the book.
for reading and diving down.
Readers are leaders.
Yes.
I read. I love reading. I do it all the time. I feel like if I'm not reading, I'm sinning. That's like how I honestly feel. That's my personal command. But okay, I'm just kidding. But the book that I read is Let's Talk About the Law of Consecration by Stephen C. Harper. He is, I think, one of the best. Yeah.
Give us 2 seconds. Let's talk about the law of consecration. We mean it when we say we're going to look things up that people tell us.
It's a pretty short book. It's only 100 pages.
Oh, wow. So that'll be a quick audible if I listen to it at work.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. It is. Stephen C. Harper is one of the best Latter-day Saint historians, and in this book, he will go through the through line of kind of the story of the law of consecration from like a standpoint of church history. And so if you find it a little bit boring, that's okay. But,
I've read a lot of little bit boring books that I still think I learned a lot from, even if I didn't like love or hear every single minute.
Yeah. And so what I was going to read out of the Doctrine and Covenants, a book of collected revelations, like I would Ezekiel or Jeremiah, because I'm a Latter-day Saint. Jesus Christ says, all who have died without a knowledge of this gospel, who would have received it if they had been permitted to tarry in the flesh, shall be heirs of the celestial kingdom or of heaven, of God. Right? So, or in the next verse, all those who shall die henceforth without a knowledge of it, of the gospel, who would have received it with all their hearts in the flesh, shall be heirs of that kingdom. So what he's saying is that if people don't receive the gospel in the flesh, but they would have received it if given the opportunity, because that's who they are, they will receive it after death. That is the answer to the original question from like 5 minutes ago that Christianity does not have an answer to this day.
So I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Does the Mormon faith, and I know that actually from our last conversation, honestly, I really appreciate your like tolerance when it comes to like how you're addressed, because the LDS movement does sound very Hindu, which is like very positive to me. It's very accepting.
Yeah, I don't take that negatively at all.
Yeah, no, it's like very accepting and tolerant. But in your faith, what's your concept of the Old Testament? Like, and is it like, oh, the LDS Church in Utah believes that the Old Testament is true, but the LDS Church in Missouri thinks it's false and allegorical? Like, are there denominations of the LDS Church? How much do you think that the like Old Testament is true versus not true?
So,
or even the New Testament for that matter, because heck, for all I know, you think that the Gospel of Matthew is true, but John is ridiculous. Like, where's your boundaries on the Bible in terms of the way Christians think? It's very it's very mystical to Christians.
Yeah, I think that most regular everyday Latter-day Saints are going to pretty much just tell you almost verbatim what other regular Christians would say, except for maybe they'll say like, well, we believe it as long as it's translated correctly, right? That's not really what Joseph Smith meant when he said that, but what I believe, because you're asking me, is that like the scriptures altogether, not just the Old Testament, but the New Testament, the Book of Mormon, the Doctrine and Covenants, the Pearl of Great Price, all the conference talks, everything, none of it is infallible and perfect. It can only ever be God's word reflected through man. And that is going to come with fallenness. That is going to come with errors. That is going to come with contradictions.
Why is that? Why does it come with
because,
errors and?
Yes, because God is not going to take away the agency of man when they pen down his words.
Why?
Because man is not perfect. Because
But
God is not going to.
Why would it? Okay, so actually, can you like? And actually, first of all, I appreciate your energy and your thought process because we are cut from the same cloth in that respect. I've just been like
Honestly, yeah.
on a live for a very long time, but
Yeah, we've been what?
But my question is this: like,
4 hours now?
like, why wouldn't God like make sure that it gets to humans in the correct way? Like,
That's
why
a great
wouldn't
question.
God be
Yes.
like, you know what, bro? Actually, wake up. It's an S, not a Z. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying? Like,
that is a great question.
Yeah, why would you not want this text to be
accurate.
Oh, I love that you
If
asked
it's
that.
your word, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm a little bit narcissistic. I would want
No.
I wrote something down that I thought was baller, I'd want to make sure my minions, you know,
like I want to make sure that they can't misinterpret it, right?
Yes.
I'd be like, dude,
So
don't
I-
mess that up. A Z is
So
different than an S.
I love that you asked this question. I think that man do try their best to do that, but I think that if it were actually perfect and it was written in our language today, in idioms and in Hebraisms that we can understand today, that we would worship that book, that we would pray to that book instead of God, that we would rely on the dead text than the living over the living word. And so God is not even going to let it be perfect. He's going to call living prophets, living apostles to reveal his living word. And so it's more applicable to their day because there are things in the Bible that not a single Christian or Jew can understand today. That is not translatable. It is a lost truth. It is lost. And
so, you know what? I'm going to give you a major point on your side, a major W, which is the spread of Mormonism. Do you know, and you probably do.
I'm not sure if that's what the point you wanted.
No.
That's
no,
okay.
actually,
It's okay.
you probably do know this. And if you don't, take this to your next debate. Mormonism has spread faster than Christianity from its beginning.
Yeah.
And that's not where I was going with this. My question was, I like take that and chalk it to the side as like that's interesting and research it. But Mormonism has spread faster than Christianity. But here's my question. What do you believe in the Mormon church? Like, what do Mormons believe is true? Do they believe the Pentateuch and not the major prophets?
Yeah, so that was like your original question, but I had to answer that.
Do they believe the Synoptic Gospels but not John? Like, what's the belief in the structure?
So Latter-day Saints believe in like officially over the pulpit. Our canon is the Protestant 66 books of the Bible, the Book of Mormon, the third version by Joseph Smith, the Doctrine and Covenants, the version we have today, and then the Pearl of Great Price. That is like our official scriptural canon. And then I think culturally we have this like second tier of like conference talks of like a whole host of things. In the DNC, it says that the Apocrypha is scripture, but we don't have it as part of our canon. And so we believe, like what Latter-day Saints believe is scripture is there's like canonized scripture and non-canonized scripture. There's personal revelations. There's a whole host. It's a whole wide range of spectrum of stuff. So yes, we affirm the Pentateuch and the prophets and the writings, and we affirm the New Testament. We affirm the Gospel of John, even John 1:1, which people will claim that we don't affirm. We affirm the JST version of the Bible. we affirm.
What's the
all these things.
JST version? What is that?
Yeah, what is
So
that?
after Joseph Smith completed the translation of the golden plates in the Book of Mormon, God commanded him to translate, or retranslate rather, the Bible. And so what Joseph Smith did is he would read the King James Bible, and where he felt like there were errors or where things didn't line up with, or things that weren't true, he would change those things. And sometimes he would expand like thousands of words in parts of the Bible. And so those expansions we have called the Book of Moses. We have that in the Pearl of Great Price. Sometimes we'll have the JST translation in our footnotes of our Bible. And there's a lot of reasons for why he did the JST. There's a whole host of reasons. And so
you mentioned like the host of reasons, but like,
yeah,
why? Okay, so if there are sections of the Bible that Joseph Smith thought, that's not right.
Yeah.
And earlier in our chat, we talked about David Koresh of the Branch Davidians.
Yeah.
He felt that through his knowledge of the Dead Sea Scrolls, that he was leading a movement, which eventually got killed, and he died for the cause, as well as his followers, by the FBI because, he thought he was receiving direct revelation from God. We also talked about the Heaven's Gate cult.
Right, and I think this was our prior caller, but I know David was, or Dustin, sorry, was in the chat while we were talking with
So I'm wondering,
Manny.
like, with these thoughts in mind, and I would throw Paul in there.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Paul's the same sort of a situation. Like, how do we know that, like...
Well, Paul was a little bit of an after-the-fact, like, fangirl.
Right.
That's what a lot of modern scholarship says. I disagree, obviously, but I do agree with that as a position.
What do you have to prove otherwise?
Because
Paul never met Jesus.
I know, but Paul is going. Well, I believe that Paul did meet Jesus on the road to Damascus, but that's a religious.
So when he
claim.
hit his head and saw a vision, he actually met Jesus?
Yes, I do believe that.
Like,
I couldn't prove that to you, but I do believe that.
Why do you believe it?
Why? Like, what about that is compelling to you that it wasn't just a vision?
Well, it's because it's in the Bible. I mean, honestly, because I believe the Bible
that I have problems with. I mean, this one I thought was kind of a simple, like.
Yeah, Joseph Smith has a very similar visionary experience with Jesus Christ as Paul. I think Paul's very
That's
comparable.
What I'm having
to
an interesting struggle with, because if you're talking to some people, let's say you're having a conversation with a couple of people who struggle with the fact that an individual 2,000 years ago fell off a donkey and bonked his head.
And then he knew someone 30 to 40 years before he lived.
Actually, let me paint a different picture. Let me paint a little bit of a different picture. This individual was a leader. Okay, so for anyone listening in the chat or in the future, they're a leader of a movement, and they are responsible for making a judgment call as to who lives and who dies. So you're in a group, and this is a very religious group, and it's like, if you believe in this, you live. If you believe in this, you die. And this individual by the name of Saul of Tarsus has that like lever. He can switch it one way or the other. And he has seen people die, martyred, because they believed that there was a Jesus of Nazareth that was the Messiah that died and rose again and went into heaven. Okay? Now, you believe as a Pharisee, which Paul / Saul believed, that, wait a minute, that's not what the Messiah was, right? That's not right. This is heresy. We need to stone them according to the Torah, which...
You just pointed at me. I'm not the Torah.
Sorry, but you're not the Torah. Anyways.
I don't believe...
You stone these people. So these people are getting killed by rocks. They're literally getting killed to death. Their faces are getting ripped.
Sort of like the poor women that we discussed with earlier callers that apparently...
Right.
Yeah, are you saying what if Joseph Smith commanded this?
No. It has nothing to do with Joseph Smith yet.
Oh, okay.
So Paul is witnessing this. And then Paul after commanding all of these like deaths, what do you call it? Death sentences, essentially, because like
public execution.
yeah,
Mhm.
public executions by
Absolutely.
stoning, which is horrific.
Yeah.
He falls off his freaking donkey, hits a rock, his head, blah blah
He
blah.
changes his mind.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
crazy. Blah,
And
blah,
now
blah.
he's a huge advocate.
I mean, dude, all this is so explainable by
Like,
human psychology.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah,
so
it is.
and this like anyways, how is this different with your like Mormonism in terms of like the tablets and magical?
Yes. First, as I said, we are separated from God's presence. So our present reality has to look like it's possible that God does not exist, or it's not actually a test. It's not actually a probationary period. And so these things actually have to be explained away. They can be. That's why the last time that I called you, what I started with, is the Book of Mormon as a great physical evidence that there still is a God. Because the Book
So
of
the
Mormon
book
is
itself is the evidence?
the existence of the book. I guess the text, right? The text of the book itself is evidence that God is alive, that Jesus Christ is the Savior, that He is the Messiah.
So the fact that I like, and maybe I just need to read the whole book. Are you saying that if I read the entire Book of Mormon, I will convert?
I can't make you that promise, but the book does make you that promise. Moroni does. That's his final testimony. That if you actually
How
read the Book of
far
Mormon,
into the book? I'm just asking in terms of page number. How far do I have to read into the book? Do I need to read to be converted?
yes, well, Moroni, in the very last section, the last chapter of the Book of Mormon,
It's the last
Yeah.
freaking section.
says,
Heard about
he
Moroni.
says,
I'm gonna do it.
And
You
good
are challenging.
documentaries.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do
he says,
it.
well, let me tell you what he says. He says, if you receive these things and you
Oh, I've heard this.
abide by its precepts, God will manifest the truth of it unto you. That's the promise that He makes. And now, as an open theist, I believe it's possible that for some
Damn it,
reason it doesn't
man.
happen.
Damn
But,
it, Dustin. Okay, all right, Dustin. I'm gonna be real with you right now because I
Yeah.
know what you're gonna say.
Maybe
Dustin,
you do.
maybe I might not. I probably don't know what you're gonna say. Okay, but
The sad thing is, I've watched so many documentaries that like I already know all of the things about Moroni that are so ugly that like
There's nothing ugly about Moroni.
There's literally.
Okay. Can we go there next? Can we go there
Let me-
next?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna turn this all the way over to Adele.
Nope, I'm not.
But I do want to ask this question.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm going to read this big book. And then at the end of the book, anybody watching now and in the future can imagine building an app, okay? Because I've built apps. In fact, I will put my app in the text again soon. But where the question is, if you believe in it, if you silence your mind, and Manny, I know I'm doing this wrong, and I'm gonna have you.
Manny, it's Dustin.
Dustin,
okay.
I know I'm gonna
I'm
do
not
this wrong,
offended.
and I'm gonna have you correct me, and I'm gonna and you get the last word, 100% on this. But Dustin, if I'm understanding correctly, if I clear my mind, and if I think about the text, and if I think, and this is the part that is troubling to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, and don't blaspheme.
No, I won't.
Okay,
Well,
don't blaspheme. So, if I look at the text in a way that is it's probably not real,
Skeptical, yeah.
and
Like,
I don't
Like
believe,
Alex O'Connor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to believe, and therefore it's not. But
Yeah.
if I look at the text and I say, ooh, I lean my brain towards it is real. No pun intended to Israel. But if it is real, and I lean my brain towards that, and then I believe in it, dude, that is cult-ish, bro. I'm just saying that's super
Yeah.
cultish. It's like
So-
it's like read this book and think about this word and pray and meditate and think it's real. But guess what? If you think it's not real while you're meditating, then
Yeah.
if
So I I'm not assigning malintent towards you, like at all, and like so.
Oh,
Please
I
don't
don't
take it
feel
that way.
Oh,
that.
not
But
at all. No, no,
okay,
no, no,
wait.
no. And,
I was just gonna say that
please
that's a
don't
little
feel
bit.
that towards us. Please don't feel
Yeah,
that
yeah.
towards us. No,
I was
no,
just
no.
gonna say that's a little bit
I
of a straw man.
apologize if that's the way it came across. I
No,
didn't mean that.
Let
you're
him
fine.
finish.
You don't. I. So it's not that. I feel like it is a little bit of a straw man. Specifically the promise is remember how merciful the Lord has been to you, and and that God will manifest the truth of it to you. He actually asked if you would pray if it's not true, but God will manifest the truth of it unto you. It has
What do you
nothing
mean?
to
Where's
do.
that from? That
How
Yeah,
can
yeah.
we believe that's a
manifests
straw
if it's
man if
not
we don't
true.
believe that any of that is true?
No. I know. I mean, the straw man is
Straw
like
man.
if you
Yeah,
lean to yourself to more wanting it to be true. Because I understand what you're saying.
Where is that from? What you were saying after that? Like, what is
Yeah. So at the end of the Book of Mormon, this is like Moroni's like third time closing the book because he keeps running out of ore, and then he keeps finding ore, and then he wants to write more stuff. So at the actual final end of the Book of Mormon, this is his invitation to the reader of the book, Moroni. This is the son of Mormon who compiled the majority of the book. He says, "Behold, I would exhort you that when you shall read these things, if it be wisdom of God that you should read them, that you would remember how merciful the Lord hath been unto the children of men, from the creation of Adam, even down until the time that ye shall receive these things, and ponder in your hearts. And when ye shall receive these things, I would exhort you that you would ask God, the eternal Father, in the name of Christ, if these things are not true. And if you shall ask with a sincere heart and with real intent, having faith in Christ, he will manifest the truth of it unto you by the power of the Holy Ghost. And by the power of the Holy Ghost, ye may know the truth of all things." That's in the very last chapter of the Book of Mormon.
So, how do you know that that's true?
Well, personally, from my own experience, for a long time I didn't. I kind of was in a really rough spot in my life, and I decided that serving and going on the Mormon mission would help me run away from home and fix all of my problems, and help me with all these things that I'm dealing with, and just to get away from my parents and my toxic relationship ex or girlfriend at the time, and the problems I was having just personally. And I would just go and do it, and I would just get a break from life, and that would be it. And so I was planning on just getting by on a mission. Maybe I got movies on my phone, I got music on my phone, I got all this stuff to pass the time away for 2 years. And I read these verses for myself, and I asked God
And you felt
about the
convinced?
truth of the truth. Yes, I felt more than convinced. I felt convinced enough to
I
spend.
felt compelled.
I was going to say convinced enough to spend the next year of my life being as best as a
So,
missionary as I
can I
could
ask
be.
you a question? Because I finally
Yeah.
realized where I remember the name Moroni from.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, I recently watched the documentary Trust Me on Netflix,
Yes.
which is like when the original Warren Jeffs, leader of the Latter-day Saints, went to prison, and then another like essential leader came out and said, "Hey, I'm now prophecy." And
Yeah. So I think that you might
Moroni
be.
Johnson was one of his followers that gave
Yes.
his wives and daughters to this man.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
How
So
do you feel about that?
Yeah, so he's probably named after the Moroni from the Book of Mormon, but you have to understand there are a lot of break-off Latter-day Saint churches. And so the Warren Jeff sect comes from when the church was practicing polygamy. God commanded the church to stop.
So what you're saying is you're in a different sect and you don't support that.
Yes.
You're not part of that. Okay, cool.
Because I got a little scared.
Keep talking.
I remembered the Moroni thing being very scary.
Because,
Yeah.
are you over 18? Also,
I am.
Doesn't address.
I'm 23.
Are you a pedophile?
Or are you?
Yeah,
a
I'm not. I am not a
polygamist?
pedophile. I am not a polygamist.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Just when I heard that name and I heard LDS,
Trigger.
I was like, I just watched this.
And I also watched that.
Have you watched that documentary, by the way?
No, I don't support Netflix. I don't support Cuties Incorporated, who make pedophilic content, or like Big Mouth. And so I actually try to abstain from stuff like that. I do watch some Disney stuff, though. I know Disney is a little bit that way, but I was a big fan of
Dude, the
Daredevil.
new
Oh, I was a big fan of The Boys.
Hey,
I'm a big fan of The Boys.
Disney's channel is just as bad, but whatever.
Wait. They just kicked Kathleen Kennedy from the
Amen.
Disney Star Wars thing.
How can you not still believe in God? How can you still not believe in God if they got rid of Kathleen Kennedy? Do you see this?
And now David
Wow.
Filoni.
So now we're growing out of the Star Wars. So this is not where I saw this going.
Right,
but
sorry.
this is no. Go ahead.
I'm so glad,
okay.
man. Like the new Darth Maul thing. I think
was
they
pretty
got
fun.
a good direction.
Yeah, with Sam Witwer.
Yeah, David Filoni, I think, is gonna be the new.
He's pretty good.
Anyways. So okay, we still haven't answered though. Like, how does the Book of Mormon address the Bible? Like, is it like a tack on? Because
Or like, is it a battle?
right? Because like
I actually don't understand
the New
how.
Testament is a tack on to the Tanakh, right? It's like we've got the Tanakh, we're tacking on the Gospels and the letters of Paul and this James business and all this like Revelation.
Yeah. So
and now are we tacking additional business on?
So it's just the canon of Scripture. So a big difference, and a lot of even Latter-day Saints will misunderstand this. A big difference between the Bible and the Book of Mormon is that the Bible is a collection of books written by different authors, and the Book of Mormon is mainly 2 books, but it's really just 1 book. It is the small plates of Nephi and Mormon's abridgment of the Nephite records. It's just 2 full.
What does Nephi mean?
Yeah, I need.
Nephi. Well, that's a good question. Nephi is Egyptian for good. It's the name of the person who will start the nation of the Nephites. He is a young prophet in Jerusalem who listens to his prophet father, and they leave.
What time does this Nephite live?
Right before the destruction of Jerusalem the first time in 600
so
BC.
the 70 CE?
No, 600 BC, the first temple. Destruction of the first temple.
Oh, so
Not
the
the destruction of the second
Nephite.
temple.
Okay, actually, dude, you're answering some serious questions for Christians watching
It's actually
right now.
really interesting. Thank you very much for like just being respectful and conversational.
So the Nephite, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm putting words in your mouth, the Nephite is the individual that is witnessing the destruction of the temple the first time, and you're saying that is at what
Nephi.
time?
That's Nephi. 600 BC. No. So what happens is
586? Are you saying 586?
That's what I mean. So a couple years before that, Nephi's father Lehi has a dream that all this is going to go down.
And
that
this
he's
is
going to
in
go.
the Book of Mormon. I'm so sorry.
Yes, this is how it starts.
I apologize for interrupting,
okay.
but I have to ask questions as we go because I'm very familiar with the Old Testament and the New Testament. I'm not familiar with.
You're
the Book
actually
of Mormon.
probably the most well-versed person we've talked about.
Yeah, Dustin.
Well, that's okay.
Love your intellect.
Just read books. Just read books. Everyone just
we
read
do
books.
read books, and if you have book recommendations, we will read them.
Yeah.
I just recommend the Book of Mormon. I'm just kidding, but no. It says actually in the 3rd or 2nd verse of the Book of Mormon, it says that they lived during the reign of King Zedekiah. So it's a little bit before the destruction of the temple.
So you do believe in the Old Testament?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Do you believe that the earth was created in 6 days?
I believe that a lot of Latter-day Saints believe that, but I don't personally believe that myself.
What do you personally believe?
I believe that creation etymology exists to initiate someone into like this dwelling with God, like symbolically into this like it's very convoluted. There's a purpose behind this text, and it's not just to tell people.
Hold on. Okay,
No.
so wait.
Go ahead.
No, actually, ask your question.
Do you believe that the Earth is 4.6 billion years old, or
Yes,
do you believe
I do.
that it is 10,000 years old?
I believe it's the first answer.
Right.
Oh, so it's young.
So
I also believe that the Bible
ashamed of
says
that
it's
because
I'm
in
not.
your culture or in your religion,
in the
that
Bible you
is
could add.
a conflict.
Oh, yes, so
Yes.
for sure.
In
In the
the-
Bible,
yes.
you can like add it up and
Yes.
make this young Earth age,
Yes.
but like
That's where young Earth
scientifically.
creationism. Actually, all flat earthers and all young Earth creationists
Are you a
are going
flat
to be
earther?
fundamentalist Christians. I am not. No.
Okay, but you are young Earther.
Are
But I believe
Mormons
the
in
Bible. I
general-
believe the Bible teaches a flat Earth.
It does.
Yes. I
And a
believe that.
firmament.
Yes.
So where do you
Latter-day Saints are not flat earthers.
do
So-
you believe that? Okay, so we have a deviation here, right? So you've got a situation where you believe that the Earth scientifically, because you sound young enough to understand science, and you believe that the Earth is older than 6,000 years old.
Yes.
You've got a little bit of a paradox here, because
I do. I just say that on this matter the Bible is wrong, and then that's the end of the matter. And I don't
So,
have to
what does that
negotiate the
mean?
text
Wait,
away.
wait,
Does that mean God's
wait,
wrong?
wait.
I'm gonna go potty.
No, that's
So-
why.
No, my question is the Bible wrong anywhere else? And how many
Yes.
times can the Bible be wrong before that's a problem for you?
Yeah, that's why I said that the Bible and all of Latter-day Saint Scripture exists on a spectrum of God reflecting His word through man. So if man believes the earth is flat, then God's word is going to be reflected through this idea that the earth is flat. Did Josh hear that too?
No, he just ran to the bathroom.
That's okay. I do the same thing too. But if
But
the Bible,
but to the point, so like, how much of the Bible do you think needs to be accurate for you to believe it?
well, I would say it doesn't. Its accuracy doesn't
You're just not concerned.
depend on yourself, like your relationship with Jesus Christ. I can
wasn't
see
my
how other
question.
people are concerned, but I'm not concerned. Yeah, I could.
Okay, but
I'm not,
like if there are things in the Bible like the age of the earth, the shape
Yeah.
of the earth, like all
Yeah.
of these things are in the Bible.
Mhm.
And if you disagree with that, but you say you don't have issues with the Bible, like that,
and I believe the
doesn't-
Bible. Yeah.
So you don't believe the Bible.
Again, it's like I said, it exists on this like spectrum of idea, and I have to recognize where it's falling short, and I have to recognize where it's commanding me to follow
Okay,
Jesus
so
Christ.
what like tests do you use for that?
Well, it's
Like,
there's
how
a
do
lot
you
of,
test which parts of the Bible you believe and are true and which parts are not?
yeah. I
And
mean, I
I'm
think
genuine
there's
in
a lot
this
of ways.
question.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not trying
yeah,
to be flippant. Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of ways. So,
okay,
the simplest way is just to follow the counsel of my living prophets and apostles. That's why I said
so what
I
people
rely on
tell
the
you?
living word. What the not people, but the living prophets and apostles. Those specific
So the
people.
living prophets would be people.
Yeah. But not just anyone. Those specific people.
Yeah, but it's still people.
Yeah. I mean, the Bible's written by people. I don't have a difference. It's like
I don't disagree. But what?
So-
but, okay, go ahead.
I
Continue.
just want Josh. I just want Josh to hear this too. So the question was asked like, because I believe the Bible teaches the earth is flat. I believe the Bible teaches the earth is no more than 10,000 years old. I believe a whole host of things about the Bible. I don't believe those things myself, and I still believe the Bible. And this
So
goes
my
back to
question
the
was
idea.
like, what part? How do you know which parts to believe, and which not? Essentially.
Yeah, so there are obviously things that are provable and things that are not provable. So do we know where the Sea of Galilee is? Yes. Do we know that Jesus like actually physically walked on it? I believe that. I can't prove that. The Bible is just wrong about stuff though. The Bible is wrong about the age of the earth
So why
or
do
the
you
shape
believe
of the
it?
earth.
How do you know
because
which
it's
parts
scripture.
to believe if you
It's
know that
inspired by
certain
God.
parts are wrong?
Yeah, so to answer, like I said before, my modern living prophets and apostles are going to generally steer me in the right direction. And that's why they're there. I rely on the living word, the
So you
living
think you're just
oracle,
gonna
and not the
feel
dead
which
oracle.
parts
Can
are
you?
right?
All right, slow down, Dustin, because
Yeah.
Dustin, this is the root of everything.
Okay.
You're getting to the root of everything for a non-believer.
And it is almost 2 a.m. here, so we do need to.
I know. I
Hey,
know.
ah,
I'm so
no.
thankful that
saying
you guys.
like I'm not
No.
trying to avoid the conversation. Like I would love to continue
No.
this. I just can't do this all night. So
Totally.
I'm not trying to wrap it up like immediately,
No,
but
you're
I'm
fine.
saying yeah.
But Dustin, you are at the root of the situation, and honestly, this is why we do this. So
Because it's interesting.
it's interesting. It's interesting because what you're saying is, like, at the root of the situation, they believed this. Why do you believe this?
The
It's
Bible?
true.
Or this
You're talking about-
particular part. I'm gonna let the dog go pee real quick.
What do you mean by this? You mean the Bible, like as a book?
Well, I mean, like, you're saying that, like, yeah, in general, I would say yes. Like, but that's very broad. So it's like, and I came in after
You're
she
okay.
handed it over to me, but I'm
You're
just
okay.
saying that, like, you were saying that, like, this is what we believe because of the Bible. And then it's like, but we don't believe most of the Bible. It's
No,
like,
I
well,
wouldn't say
then why
most.
do you believe parts of the Bible and not other parts of the Bible? Like,
Yes.
how do you determine what parts of the Bible are true and what parts of the Bible aren't true?
If the Bible brings man closer to Jesus Christ, I'm probably just going to whole cloth accept those things, and anything else I'm going to deem as not super important. And I'm going to use my today's means. I'm going to use modern day living prophets and apostles. I'm going to use modern day science. I'm going to use maybe the Book of Mormon to figure out what's true and what's not true, because this is not this monolithic singular everything says the same exact thing text. It's not univocal.
Dustin, what you're doing is you're applying the same rules that Albright used in the 1950s when he was doing archaeology in the Holy Land.
Sure, but I'm not like a regular fundamentalist Christian.
That's okay. It's okay. You don't have to be. You don't have to be. But it's the same application. So there was an archaeologist in the 1950s that was commissioned by the United States of America to go to Israel and dig up archaeological tells and prove that the Bible was real, essentially. So, like, you would dig up Jericho and you would say, yes, the walls crumbled down, essentially.
Yeah.
And the Israelite nation at the time, who had recently been, discovered as a nation in 1947, also jumped on that bandwagon. And they were like, yes, prove that the Old Testament was real. This is our purpose. And Albright did this. And there's actually an Albright Institute and a college now that is interestingly and hilariously.
Let me give you a silver bullet. Actually, let me do you one better than that.
Okay.
The Mormon Church did the same thing for the Book of Mormon, and that person left the church because he couldn't find anything. Let me do you one better. So this principle that you're getting at is, like I said before, God is not going to make the evidence of the miracle claims readily apparent, because then this life would cease to be a test. It would cease to be the probationary period, like I said before.
Why does he need the test?
That's, dude, you just
To cultivate our
a
souls.
whole different can of worms than I was. Okay, that's cool. I'm down.
No, because we need to be, like I said before, severed from the presence of God where we were before, in order to actually, and so God can see if we will actually follow Him, whether we're in His presence or not, whether we're in His presence or not anymore. It's a test. Will we follow Him or will we not follow Him? Will we follow Him given this opportunity or not given this different opportunity? And this life, I believe that this life is a test. And so if that's going to be the case, then the answer key next to you is not going to be given if you were taking a test in like school or something. Now, I know the answer. The answer is Jesus Christ. That's the only answer. But this life is still a test. These evidences of God are not going to be readily apparent.
Isn't it a different answer? So why is it Jesus Christ and not Confucius?
Vishnu.
Yeah, because Jesus Christ was the only begotten, the one selected by God to make an atonement.
They would
for
all
mankind.
say that.
They would all say that, dude.
Like,
that's
like,
so
it's too
annoying.
late for me to let you go down that rabbit hole and just preach.
They were all the begotten.
I'm not trying to preach. I promise you, I'm not trying to preach. I'm just telling you what I believe. I'm sorry.
Every single person who believes that the God that they believe in is the one true God will say the same thing. I need a real answer as to why yours is it. And I don't think that you have that.
We haven't heard it.
I don't think it's any different than what any Muslim would defend Allah.
I can tell you,
Protestant.
I can give you an example of something that I think that is different about me than what other people would say to this question.
And is it personal experience?
No, not really.
Okay,
it
go
is
ahead, please.
It is the idea that in every other faith or spirituality, I feel that I am limited in what I'm allowed to believe. And that might sound backwards to you, but I have found that in Jesus Christ Restored Church, I am allowed to believe pretty much whatever I want and accept whatever I want. So as long as I'm doing the things that Jesus Christ tells me to do. So if I want to believe in spiritual Eastern meditation, I can be in full faithful standing of the church, and I can do that in my own life, and there's going to be no problem with that. I can believe all the atheist, agnostic scholarship about the Bible, and as long as I'm doing what Jesus Christ tells me to do, I can be in full faithful standing with the church and believe those things. And I found, I guess it is kind of like a personal experience, like you were, kind of suggesting, but that has been my experience in, quote, Mormonism. And I don't think that I can find that anywhere else besides maybe just willy-nilly my own atheism, my own agnosticism. Not that that's what you guys are doing, but I found that's true in Mormonism. And again, I do have those spiritual personal experiences that draw me and lead me to Jesus Christ. But that is like another reason specifically for me about why I find the Mormonism to be true rather than like all the other different spiritualities. I also think Mormonism accounts for all the different other spiritualities other than Christianity just does not.
How much do you know about Hinduism?
I just took a world history class where we discussed it, but I know it's not really a religion. It's more like a way of life. Or Hinduism like polytheism, like multiple gods, like patron deities.
I feel like
There are
Hindus.
definitely multiple gods.
I feel like Hindus would take great offense to what you just said.
Well, I don't mean to offend anyone, but I'm sorry if they do. I don't know much about Hinduism.
Go ahead.
Not trying to take over the conversation point. I was just going to say, to be fair, you don't 100% understand their belief or why that might be offensive. So
what I'm saying is, like, Hindus. Oh, God.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was signaling him to hold on. You finish your thought.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Hinduism believes in an all-one encompassing God called Brahman.
Mhm.
So it's monotheist in terms of the fact that there is like everything going up to one like all deistic source called Brahman. And then from there you've got the like other deities. We can call them demons and we can call them angels. Like Westerners would be like reference it to like Jesus, the devil, or like Vishnu, Brahma, not to be confused with Brahman. But I'm just saying, like, it's a very broad brushed approach that you're taking with this. Like, Mormonism is like the only thing that's ever had this concept of like
only true living church upon the face of the whole earth. Amen. That's what I believe. That's what DNC 1 says.
I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that?
Sorry. Yeah, in DNC 1, the first section of the DNC, it says that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the only and true living church upon the face of the whole earth. And I believe
there
that.
are a lot of religious texts that say that their religion is the only.
Yes. Yes, there are.
Why is yours correct?
Other than just appealing to like my personal belief, I would say, again, like a more secular argument would be that it accounts for me being able to accept whatever I want, and it also accounts for the existence of other
How
religions.
deep are you into like?
So basically,
a famous philosopher once said that the God of Calvinism is the Satan of Mormonism, and the God of Mormonism is the Satan of Calvinism.
Well, no. My question is like, do you believe that God like predestines people?
No, I'm an open theist.
Okay.
No, I believe that it's possible for man to go against what God has decreed and make God into a liar because man has fallen. I do believe that. That's why I think prayer works, because we can actually intercede with God, because we can actually change the course of our lives by praying. I don't think that all things have been declared before they happen.
Okay, interesting. So, what would you say to the group if you were to get the last word? Because I'm nothing without my muse. What would you say to the group as far as like? So our argument is this.
Yeah.
I think is basically, you're not introducing anything new in Mormonism that Islam has introduced in like their faith, and you're not introducing anything new as Christianity has introduced to Judaism. Like you're just like stacking on top of a stack. In fact, there's actually a joke right now
I
going
think it's from Bart
around.
Ehrman. It's all just plagiarism.
Oh, we love Bart Ehrman.
Did Bart Ehrman
Yeah, me too.
coin
I
this
love Bart Ehrman
joke?
too.
What's the joke?
I think he
Tell
did.
it, because
Well,
actually I want to know if
This
it's
would be
the
a
joke.
great
I know.
place to end,
The joke-
honestly, because yes,
Well, I actually don't remember, but it's just that all the Bible is just people plagiarizing off of each other and off
No,
the
that's
previous
not
guy.
the joke I was going
Oh,
for. That's
oh,
a
oh.
good one. That's a good one.
it's a good point.
So I
I
wanted to
do
make
love
sure
Bart
I hit
Ehrman, by
this
the way.
one,
I
'cause
do
Yeah,
like
we
Bart
love
Ehrman.
Bart Ehrman.
Not
But
his
the joke is
theological books,
this.
but
I
his history
literally
books.
fell asleep to Bart Ehrman.
The joke is this. Mormonism exists to make Christians understand what Jews feel like. Do
Oh,
you
yeah,
understand?
I have heard that before.
Yeah,
I've heard that
do you
before.
understand? Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so like when the Christians came about, there is this sense that sometimes people have where the Christians are like, no, we have the new stuff, the correct stuff, and you have the old stuff, and you need to convert to us or you're going to hell. And we have the fullness of the gospel, and then Mormons, turn around and they say the same thing. I think it represents a little bit of a caricature, but I do think it's kind of funny because it is
Because
true.
if you think about it, like when as a Christian, I was arguing against people like Rabbi Tovia Singer, where I was trying to argue that no, Jesus fulfilled Isaiah 53.
Right.
Isaiah 53. And Rabbi Tovia Singer was like, bro,
Definitively no.
no, that is not what Isaiah 53 is about. Let's go to 46:10. Let's go back
Yeah.
to like all these
Yeah.
10 other prophecies where it was
Yeah.
clearly not about Jesus and it was about the nation of Israel and even identified as a single person. And this is a shout out to whoever that earlier caller was that was trying
Oh
to
yeah,
get
we never got to Isaiah 53
Yeah.
because Bob's
Bob. It was
connection
Bob.
died.
Bob Weaver. Anyways, so
I thought it was Bob Wiley.
then we get to Mormonism. So it's like like the Christians are trying to bastardize the Jewish prophecies into making the Christian religion true.
You guys have like 4 minutes. You guys.
What?
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
4 minutes?
she's
Yes.
ready to go.
I'm very
sorry.
tired.
She's
All right, we're
2
cutting
a.m.
I know.
out now. All right. Honestly,
I'm not saying stop immediately. I'm saying please
Well, I
get
lost
to
my
your
train
That's okay. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad at all, Adele. Don't feel
Thank
bad.
you. Like I have loved this conversation. I would love to do it
I
again
know,
for
I know.
hours. I just right now it's
It's
2
okay.
a.m.
I know it's so.
and I
late,
have to get
know.
my daughter up for a Worlds of Fun field trip at 8 a.m. and
Ooh.
I'm gonna be the only one in the house that can make sure she has her uniform so that she can play
Thanks for being a good
bass
mom.
clarinet at the theme park.
I used to play bass clarinet in middle school and high school.
You
That's so
did
funny.
not.
Yeah, I did.
Are you making
I
that
actually did.
up?
I'm not making. I promise you, I'm not making it up.
I'm going to tell her that. She's gonna love that. She excels at bass clarinet. She's
Oh,
incredible.
really? That is
Yeah,
so
she's
fun.
she's really good
amazing.
actually, and she's very
1+
devoted.
at every competition.
Oh, really? That is
Yeah.
so fun. Keep her in
Yeah.
it because
They talk about how like her breast support is so good they don't even have to pay attention to it.
yeah. I
Which-
mean, I learned like guitar and singing later, and all that music stuff helped me with like knowing what music sounds like and what keeping a tune is, and it's just so good.
Okay,
for
well
your
now
brain.
we're just being nerds.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
but friends.
But I
friends,
love this.
which
Can
is
we be
most
friends?
important.
Can you please sub? Please like set up
I
a
have
notification
subbed.
so
I
we
have
can talk
subbed.
again.
Come back.
Yes, come back.
Come
Like
back and
I
talk.
don't want this to be the
This
last
is
of
not
this
the last
conversation.
conversation.
Okay.
Anytime I say like,
understand
"Hey,
that.
it's 2 a.m. I have to go," I don't want this to be
I
like.
understand. Like I
Yeah.
have friends that have this the same way. It's nothing. I totally get it. It's totally fine.
Thank you so much. We really,
yeah, you
really,
got it.
really appreciated this, and I think we have a lot of really good places to jump off from if we start again. And I would love to do that.
Okay, totally. Yeah, I'm no preaching, but my only invitation is just read to everyone. Just
We
read.
do.
Yes,
everything you
honestly,
can.
us too.
Dustin,
We read. You
agree.
read.
Dustin.
Readers are leaders.
Wait. I'm gonna give Dustin the last.
Oh, please. Yeah.
word.
Yeah.
Dustin, what?
Anything you want to plug? Any books that you
Dustin,
love that we should read?
What should people read? besides the Book of Mormon, like,
Yeah, okay,
obviously,
well, that's like
Book
a-
of Mormon, we're gonna put that up there. But if there's another book besides the Book of Mormon, what should people read?
Oh,
Oh crap! And actually, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
And if you don't
No,
want
it's
to
If
read
it's
okay.
the Book of Mormon, that's cool. That is just like popping up there. That's
I think it depends on the audience, but I think that one of the biggest anti-talking points against Mormonism is all this stuff about the Book of Abraham. And my friend Stephen Smoot just wrote a book about the Book of Abraham a couple years ago called A Guide to the Book of Abraham. I think if I could get a copy of this book in the hand of any anti-Mormon, I would do that. Besides the
Okay.
Book of Mormon, but it's called A Guide to the Book of
The
Abraham.
Book of Abraham. You put that on a notepad.
yeah.
I would
it
like to
is-
read that. Whether or not I agree, I would still like to read it.
Yes, it addresses. It's an overview. It's still it's pretty long. I mean, it's a regular sized book, but it gives an overview of each of the issues with the Book of Abraham. And I read it twice on my mission, and it helped me so much coming across all these people who have really problems with the Book of Abraham on a whole spectrum of faith, from non-believing to maybe believing to
It's
believing.
very interesting. I would actually be super interested in how they address some of those issues.
Yes, it was published by BYU Studies.
Hmm.
So it's one with the BYU stamp on it.
Is that BY Brigham Young?
Yes, Brigham Young University.
All right. Well, we want to thank everyone for watching.
And I know we had another caller we didn't get to, and I'm sorry for that. But please
dude,
come back. I think
the
it was
callers were
somebody.
awesome. Dustin, you're
Thank
awesome.
you for everyone who is here. Please
Yes.
come back if you were a caller.
You guys
We'd
are
love to
awesome.
continue our conversation. I think that it's just really nice to be able to have like calm, intellectual, ask questions, conversations like this where like everyone can go and like take things to look into, and we don't have to agree, but we can like research and learn. I just think it's really cool. So thank you everyone who is here in the chat. Thank you for every one of our callers. Thank you, Dustin. But it is like 2 a.m. here, and I'm a band mom, and I have very few hours to sleep. So
Okay. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go.
Thank you so much. Come
Night,
back.
Dustin. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good one. In